endorses a policy of starvation a great democratic guy, or is that person a fascist? And the worst thing that he's doing is doing a political ploy, a stunt, and that is he's providing food for 38,000 meals, which sounds great, unless you realize that there's millions of people starving in Gaza. This is nothing more. It's not fighting the famine. He could stop what's going on immediately by saying the U.S. is not going to provide any more guns to Israel, and ask Israel. I would go a step further and say, Israel, you got to give all the guns back and all the ammunition back that we've given you before. The last thing that I want to mention about the whole struggle about Palestine is to bring it back to 55, 56 years to the struggle against U.S. imperialism in Vietnam. When I was 21, I spent my 21st birthday in jail. I was in jail for the crime of opposing the Vietnam War. And what happened after the Vietnam War, people don't realize this, but the U.S. wanted to go into Angola, but to stop the Angolan revolution because, and instead it found a proxy, which was South Africa. And what Angola did was to find a supporter, which was Cuba. Today, Cuba defeated the South African forces and made a major blow against South African apartheid. Today, South Africa is the country which is the first one providing testimony in the World Court against genocide genocide of Israel against Palestine. It's very, very clear that there is a continuous flow, that the struggle that we started against the war in Vietnam now today ends up as a struggle against what's going on in Palestine. And so when I began the struggle against the Vietnam War in Palestine, people told me repeatedly, you can't win, the state is just too powerful. And the struggle of the Vietnamese people and our American supporters showed that we can bring the empire down. And I would just like to say, we can bring the empire down. And if I'm the only one saying that, and I'm just the wolf alley out alone. If there's two of us saying we can bring the empire down, it's a conspiracy. Yeah. And if three of us say we can bring the empire down, it's a mob. But if everybody says we can bring the empire down, it's a slogan that can energize people all over the world to stop not just what's happening in Palestine, but stop what the colonial powers are doing to colonialize people in the world. And I just want to ask, is there anybody who would stand with me and say, we can bring the empire down? We can bring the empire down.
All right, Uhuru, thank you. Let's hear for Don Fitz. All right, next, I would like to invite up the People's Alderman, Jesse Todd.
We're going to bring it down. We are bringing it down, and we're going to continue to bring it down. First of all, I would just like to say again, Uhuru, and I'm in complete agreement with all the previous statements that have been said from everybody that have spoken before me, and I'm also in complete solidarity. And the sign says it all. It says no more genocide in our name. And I tell you, it's all over the Black community, there has been genocide going and it's still going on. Yeah. It started off with the so-called war on drugs. Yeah. It's a good place where it started. They started off, and then they so-called war on drugs, ended up locking up a bunch of Black people. And what happened is that it ended up taking Blacks out of their homes, the parents, a lot of them. When they took those parents out of their homes, then the children, they lacked supervision. And then, so then they were able to take the children out. And then with the war on drugs, they took out our tax dollars, the money out of the community. A lot of money was coming into the community that was generated because of the Black Power movement. They took most of that money out. They built and used that same money that they were using for the community and build prisons. That's the new public works program out in the rural areas. So they took that money, that was genocide, because they were steady taking money out. Once they once they took that money out of there, jobs had left the community that Africans, especially Black people, were getting. All of those jobs were eliminated. So they didn't leave very little except the drugs. Yeah. That was and I heard the chairman say that the drug economy. Yeah. I got this genocide definition from two people. Chairman Omali, I've read 4 of his books and also his quotes, so I want to give credit. I don't want to plagiarize. And also I had to give Chairwoman Hess, overturning the culture of violence. I got the definition of genocide from both of them. And this, what is going on now is a textbook definition of genocide. But the good thing is that we are winning. How are we winning? We are winning because of the Solidarity Committee under the leadership of Chairman Omali. The Solidarity Committee has come in creating jobs, creating businesses, creating medical care. Where at one time, 15, in this city, enough children are dying at childbirth to open up 15 kindergarten classes. But you, along with, under the leadership of Omali and under the leadership of Deputy Director Yeshitela, we had a program where we are dealing with that. We're dealing with jobs, we're dealing with businesses, we're dealing with all these vacant houses. And also, I would just like to say, I'm 100% in agreement with the, in solidarity with the Uhuru 3. The Uhuru 3 has been doing absolutely nothing but working for the liberation of African people. Yeah. And that's why they're being attacked. They're being attacked because of the fact that when you provide jobs and provide alternatives to what is going on, then of course you're going to be attacked. So I would like to welcome and say I'm 100% in solidarity with the Uhuru Solidarity Committee under leadership and with Chairman Omali, and I stand with y'all 100%, and the same thing with Deputy Chair Uhuru, comrade.
Uhuru, another round of applause for the People's Alderman, Jesse Todd. Next, I would like to invite up to make a solidarity statement, Josh Shurley. And if I'm not mistaken, Josh Shurley is with Veterans for Peace. Uhuru.
All right, so I'm Josh Shurley. I'm a National Vice President of Veterans for Peace. I'm also a professor of political science and an activist from Fresno, California, out in stolen Yokuts land. My academic background happens to be in international relations and specializing in U.S. foreign policy in Africa, which is kind of what brings me here today. The other thing that brings me here today, in terms of my background, is I was an infantry soldier and a non-commissioned officer in the U.S. Army throughout the 1990s and the early 2000s. But I'm here today proudly as a representative of Veterans for Peace with our 140 chapters worldwide, including right here in St. Louis. I want to thank Bob Suberi, the chapter leader here in St. Louis. It was Bob who really pushed to have this, to bring this to the attention of the national leadership at VFP. So I really appreciate his efforts there. So for those who don't know, Veterans for Peace is a global organization of military veterans dedicated to exposing the true costs of war and militarism. And we don't just mean the financial and the material costs, right? But the environmental, the human costs, the moral costs. And so we seek also to abolish war as an instrument of policy. And we have a commitment to seeking justice for all victims of war. Right. Justice, of course, being a prerequisite for peace. Yeah. And I'd be remiss, by the way, if I didn't mention a big sacrifice that we're all well aware of now. And I want to thank you for the moving tribute that you did earlier I'm talking about Aaron Bushnell. Aaron is exactly the type of person that we cherish and that we need in the Veterans Peace Movement. And however one may feel about the way that he chose to go out, what you have to admit is that he went out on his own terms. And in so doing, exposing the empire for the monstrosity that it is. And, personally, I think we have yet to fully grasp the full impact of Aaron Bushnell's actions. And I don't just mean his death, by the way, but I'm talking about, from what we've learned about him, I'm talking about how this young man lived his life while in uniform. It speaks volumes about him, and it demonstrates what is possible, what kind of change is possible. And yes, of course, I'm talking about structural change, the change out there. That's, of course. But what I'm referring to here is the internal change. Revolution has to start here. Change within ourselves, and it's never too late to do the right thing. And Aaron demonstrated that. And that's not easy in this society, right? In this toxic culture that perpetuates the sort of colonial modes of production, as the chairman was alluding to earlier. And so it is our solidarity that I think the powers that be really fear the most. And it is our solidarity that is the cure to what ails us. Even the haters and the empire apologists who try to distort and undermine Aaron Bushnell's example, the same ones who would prosecute Julian Assange and the Uhuru 3 as foreign agents, as absurd as that is, right? These are vile acts, obviously, but they indicate fear. The empire fears the enormous potential of our solidarity. It's why they target the truth tellers. Why they go after, or why they went after Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, so many others. It's why they're going after the Uhuru 3, Chairman Yeshitela, Chairman Jesse, Chairwoman Penny. These leaders, these truth tellers, they show us the real meaning of service and sacrifice. And I'll close on that thought about service, right? We talk about service in military circles, right? It's often referred to as serving in the military. Serving in the military, it's referred to as the service. And sometimes we hear that common refrain, as veterans have heard this, right? Thank you for your service. Never quite sat right with me. And a good activist friend of mine once said, and I would agree, you shouldn't thank me for my military service unless you're an oil company or a Wall Street bank. But in closing, I just want to say it's organizations like this and movements like this, doing the work that is being done here, gatherings like this one. This is what real service looks like. So I want to thank you. Thank you for the program you've put together. Thank you for the effort in building principled coalitions. Thank you for allowing myself and Veterans for Peace for being able to be a part of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. Thank you for your service and for helping show us what is possible. So that's all I have. Hands off the Uhuru 3. No more genocide in our name. Free Palestine. Uhuru.
Uhuru, let's hear it for Joshua Shurley, Veterans for Peace. Right on. Long live Aaron Bushnell. Long live. No more genocide. Uhuru. So next I have a written statement of solidarity. And, oh, I'm sorry, I'm totally skipping someone. Forgive me. Next we have from the Center of Political Innovation, John McCarthy. Uhuru.
Hello, the Center for Political Innovation salutes the life-saving work that you're doing here in St. Louis, obstructing and reversing gentrification and other forms of genocide. And we bear witness that Chairman Omali Yeshitela has been fighting this same fight since before this Russian guy was even born. And quite frankly, probably since before his parents even met. But the most dangerous thing about this prosecution, the most dangerous thing about the case is, so what if it really was Russian ideas? It's bad enough that this state is constructing a wall to keep out the people that they call foreign. But now they're even building a wall to keep out the ideas that they say are foreign. And that's not healthy. It's never healthy for society to do that. But right now, it's insane. Because if you look around you, this system we're living under is collapsing and crashing and dying, while the global south is rising. China, in the past 2 decades, has lifted almost 1 billion people out of poverty. In that same amount of time, homelessness here has multiplied several times under almost every single bridge in this country on house are living. China has a national network of trains that can go as fast as airplanes. But if our trains try to go as fast as a car, they fall off the track and they poison entire towns. During the pandemic, you know, first they said masks didn't work, and then they said they worked, and they asked Fauci why. He said, well, we didn't have enough masks, so we had to lie. So China didn't have enough big giant hospitals. They built them overnight. We couldn't even build flimsy little paper things fast enough. So this state is like a man lying on the floor, bleeding to death from a bullet wound to the stomach. And with his last ounce of strength, he picks up a rifle and guards the door to make sure no paramedics or doctors come in. They've got the nerve, the gall, to say that what this brave soldier did was suicide. They're committing mass suicide, and they're trying to take us with them. So that's what this case is all about. It's not about the people have the freedom to debate whether the fake president should have orange hair or blue hair. It's about whether we will have the freedom and whether the people will have, whether we will have the freedom to speak, and will the people have the opportunity to hear those vital truths and ideas that they need to survive this moment in history. So that's what's at stake in September. That's why you have to win. And that's why the people had better wake up, stand up, and do everything necessary to make sure that you win.
Right, John McCarthy. Wow. So on point and hilarious. Yeah, we need to do something with that talent. Thank you, John McCarthy. Okay, I think I'm on track now. Is the part for the written statement of solidarity. This is from the Party of Communists USA, and this is their statement of solidarity. Dear comrades, the Party of Communists USA, PC USA, sends its fraternal greetings to the Uhuru Solidarity Movement on its national convention happening March 9th and 10th in St. Louis. The PC USA resolutely and firmly condemns the illegal and unconstitutional attacks against the African People's Socialist Party, the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, and the Uhuru 3. The FBI knows fully well that in order to destroy a socialist organization, its leadership must be the prime target of attack. This is why the FBI and other government agencies work night and day to divide the anti-imperialist movement, divide our organizations, pit members against each other, and ultimately sow division among people who have come to unite around a common goal, to defeat capitalism and U.S. imperialism. The Party of Communists USA salutes the Uhuru Solidarity Movement on its national convention and says, hands off Uhuru, drop. Drop the charges against the Uhuru Three. Long live socialism, communism. Uhuru, oh wait, it's continued. Long live Marxism, Leninism. Long live the anti-imperialist struggle. Uhuru. All right, thank you for those powerful statements of solidarity, and thank you to the Party of Communists USA. Solidarity, and thank you to the. That sounded familiar. Okay. All right, now we are going to move to a panel. This is the Drop the Charges Against the Uhuru Three, Build the Anti-Colonial Free Speech Movement panel. So please join me in welcoming back to the stage Chairman Omali Yeshitela. And featuring for the first time today, Secretary General of the African People's Socialist Party and the Hands Off Uhuru Defense Committee Chair Mwezi Odom. And join me in welcoming back African People's Solidarity Committee Chairwoman Penny Hess. And Uhuru Solidarity Movement Chair Jesse Nevel. And I'm going to turn it over now to Leah and oh, sorry, to Kara. Okay, Uhuru, thank you, Kara.
Uhuru, everyone. I am so honored to be here. I'm already blown away, and we're only halfway through the first day. So my name is Kara, and I am a proud member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. And I also have the honor of introducing our next speakers. So our first speaker is Chair Mwezi Odom. She is the Secretary General of the African People's Socialist Party and Chair of the Hands Off Uhuru Defense Committee, and is leading the anti-colonial free speech movement to defeat the U.S. government's attacks on the African liberation movement. Let's put our hands together for Chair Mwezi.
Hands up, Uhuru! Charges! Uhuru! Uhuru, comrades, let me figure this out here. Wow. I just really want to salute this incredible convention, which before lunch, we raised our goal and succeeding or exceeding. So I just really wanted to salute, the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, and also appreciate this opportunity to be here on the ground in St. Louis. Again, my name is Mwezi Odom, and for the sake of time, I won't give too much of introduction, but I won't go any further before taking a moment to salute my leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Deputy Chair Onezine Yeshitela, and to salute the entire National Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party. So I am have the incredible honor of leading this incredible campaign called the Hands Off Uhuru, which means Hands Off Freedom, Hands Off Africa Defense Campaign. And this was initiated following the July 29 attacks on the African People's Socialist Party right here in St. Louis on the ground, as well as in St. Petersburg, Florida. And I know we've heard many, and we will continue to put it out there, iterations of what happened on July 29th and how that has impacted, well, for the state, it made it even harder for them now to be able to hide, because this campaign has really made the effort to expose what has happened. And what I want to say before I go any further is that this campaign, although, does not define the African People's Socialist Party, but it is a reflection of the party's over 50 years work, led by Chairman Omali Yeshitela, to bring power back into the hands for the African working class. And this campaign is just another example of how this African People's Socialist Party and the African Liberation Movement will be one in our lifetime. So Uhuru. 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 So we're gonna, I think the next couple of slides I may have already kind of touched on, but next slide, please. Thank you, comrade. So again, the Uhuru Three, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Chairwoman Penny Hess and Chair Jesse Nevel, all, facing 10 to 15 years each in prison off of these bogus charges by the FBI. And we're going to talk more about, throughout this panel, as well as you'll be hearing from our attorneys as well, and throughout this convention about the importance of dropping the charges on the Uhuru 3. So again, next slide. Uhuru. And next slide. Thank you. Oh, one more. Uhuru. So here are some images of what happened on July 29. This one on the left is right outside the Chairman Omali Yeshitela's home. As you know, the FBI showed up pre-dawn with assault rifles targeting at the chairman's chest. Again, with these loudspeakers calling the chairman and deputy chair out the home. Deputy chair almost getting hit in the face by a drone that was flying into the building, as well as breaking windows and terrorizing, as the chairman says, an entire African community, which you even had members of the community who thought that the FBI was coming for them. Yeah. And that's an example of a community that is constantly under oppression. And so I think that's really important. And here you go. One thing that the chairman says is that this is organized bureaucracy, right? When we say the state, who is the state? It's the police, it's the military, it's the courts. And so what better campaign to be able to expose all of that? And where else would you see a tank in the African community? You would think that, what our African brothers and sisters call the police is their military, right? So, and then the picture on the right is the Uhuru Solidarity Center, which I'm sure many of you who are here for the first time, if you have not, you will get a chance to see that. The Uhuru Solidarity Center is where our solidarity forces operate. And this is where comrades Jesse and Amanda live. And again, just another example of the assault on the African liberation struggle. And after these indictments, 4 members of our movement were named as unindicted co-conspirators. Next slide. And this was Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Akile Anayi, who is the Director of Communications for the African People's Socialist Party, as well as Chair Jesse Nevel and Chairwoman Penny Hess. And again, these indictments came with, as the chairman says, which is really important, and I appreciate the chairman raising this, unindicted, right? So again, we couldn't take this to court. We couldn't, there was no way for the African People's Socialist Party or the unindicted to be able to contest this, in the courts. And I think somebody has on a sweater that says, "I am an unindicted co-conspirator." I think that's you, John. Yes. Yes, and to say that there are many of us in this room, right? Who are, whether we are named or not, we are all unindicted co-conspirators if we are able to stand on the right side of the question, in defense for the African liberation struggle. So I just want to salute them. And of course, they couldn't find anything on Akile Anayi, and they still won't ever find anything, because this is the most honest and, incredible organization. And those of you who are in this room know that. But it is so clear that, as Chairwoman Penny said in her statement, it's almost laughable, right? But these are very serious charges. And here we are facing 10 to 15 years each with the Uhuru 3. But we are, and I want everybody to know that you are behind an organization that has a history of successful campaigns fighting for the African working class. Here are just 2 examples. The party built this campaign to free Freddie Pitts and Wilbert Lee, who were death sentenced by an all-white jury for the murder that they did not commit. And again, thanks to the party, they were pardoned in 1975. And in 1975, the party launched the campaign to free Desi Woods. And that's when you were here, not one more year, to free Desi Woods, who was sentenced to 22 years for killing a white man who tried to rape her with his own gun. And again, these are just another examples. So because of time, I don't want to go the next slide. I do want to say that since July 2nd, actually, which was the first attack, but there have been a series of attacks on the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement's organizations throughout this entire, since this counteroffensive, and we're almost approaching 2 years in July. I do want to just send a lot of appreciation to our supporters and to the media, because again, there has been a complete, whiteout in terms of getting this out into the world. Some of the most recent interviews with Glenn Greenwald and Robert Patillo as well, and some of the other organizations like Joko Grassroots Collective, and as well as I want to salute brother Ralph Pointer, Presente, Uhuru. All of this, comrades, has helped us to build a bad legal team. I really want to salute our lawyers because, just because you have African revolutionaries and all of us, who wear uniforms and do all these other things, but then we choose to take to take the right stance. And these lawyers are really on the front line as well as leading a, setting an example and, during an unprecedented time. So I really wanted to salute the Uhuru legal team, which is more than who you see up here on the screen. And on July 8th, the African People's Socialist Party, which is, which leads the Hands Off Uhuru counteroffensive, initiated the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition. Raise your hand if you're part of the coalition. Yes, Uhuru. So these are individuals and organizations who have taken a stand to build the anti-colonial free speech movement. This is a non-sectarian anti-colonial free speech coalition that makes a demand to drop the charges against the Uhuru 3. And as you see that the attack on the African liberation struggle and on African people legitimized any type of oppression, any type of assault on any people's right to freedom. And so when you look at the coalition, you see that this is a coalition that is made up of organizations that are, organizations and, struggles around Palestine, around Cuba, around the attack in Venezuela. And we're going to talk about that more. So before I keep going, I'll just go to the next slide. There we go. So here are some examples of those who have joined the coalition and some of the, victories that we've seen and that we'll continue to struggle for. The Tampa Five. We also saw throughout the building of this coalition, the Alex Saab, who was released. We are still fighting for our comrades in Unión del Barrio, who are educators, who are facing, charges and, who are being sued because of, speaking about Palestine and having that on their, in the curriculums. Leonard Peltier, not one more year. And we're going to have a panel to talk more about that. But this is a struggle that will be won in this lifetime. And like we said, not one more year. And I want to really salute this coalition and our members who are going to help us bring Leonard out this year. As well as part of what the coalition has done is continue to bring on the various struggles. Fatima Mohammed, who was with CUNY New York Law School, who gave a really powerful statement at her commencement ceremony. Our comrades with Stop Cop City, who are continuing, as we were heard earlier, to face bogus charges because of their work to defend indigenous land, as well as our solidarity work with our comrades in Cuba. And this Hands Off Fight Back Coalition march on November 4th in Washington, D.C., Los Angeles, and over 7 countries or cities around the world, as you can see with some of the photos today. So for the sake of perfect time, good, I caught up. Uhuru. I do invite everybody to read our demands. The demands for the Fight Back Coalition are ones that everybody can really take an opportunity to see that this struggle for African liberation cannot be separate from, the struggle for Palestinian liberation cannot be separate from, this is one struggle. And the FBI, these, politically motivated indictments, we heard someone earlier, I think this was Don, say that, arrested for, protests with the Vietnam War. This is an opportunity for us to hold candidates and political parties accountable, as we know, also for an opportunity us to continue to make the demand to end this war on Palestine, but also what is happening in, with the Russia-Ukraine war as well. So here are some of the members of our coalition, over 40 members who have joined the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition. We invite you to go and learn more, because as we say, we're going to put the state on trial, and we want everybody to build committees of the Hands Off Uhuru coalition. Volunteer with this demand to return your skills. And as we say, somebody said earlier about being in service and working. And we have all these, the Uhuru Solidarity Movement is a great example of us who work and do what we got to do, and then we come and we are able to return our skills. So I really wanted to appreciate our volunteers as well. And last but not least, I did want to just say that we are very close to our goal, and this is because of everybody here in this room. And I think we are up at time, so I'm going to just say, perfect. I'm just going to say that everybody, what you can do is make the demand to drop the charges against the Uhuru 3, sign up at the back to volunteer with the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition, table outreach, hold a fundraiser, and donate to the Legal Defense Fund. Bring Chairwoman Omali, Yeshitela, Penny Hess, and Jesse Nevel to your community and pack and load. Go on the website and get our petition, get your gear, get the posters, and take this out into the streets. So without further ado, I just want to appreciate the chance to frame up what this fight back is about, and I want to turn it back to our MC, who's going to moderate us through this, the rest of our panel. Uhuru.
I am so excited to put the state on trial. And that leads us to our next speakers, the Uhuru 3 legal team. Our first speaker, Mutaqee Akbar, is the criminal defense trial attorney, current president of the NAACP Tallahassee chapter, part of the Uhuru 3 legal team representing Jesse Nevel, and Addie Griffin, West Palm Beach criminal defense attorney, part of the Uhuru 3 legal team representing Chairman Omali Yeshitela.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you all for having us, and it's always good to be a part of this conference. I know we were actually in St. Louis last year and able to see, all the work that the organization has been doing and continues to do. And, like I said last year, it's very, very understandable why the federal government would come after an organization that's, challenging the system and making real change. And, our role as the attorneys, of course, is, not necessarily to get into the political part of it, even though that is a huge part of why we're here and what we're dealing with. But, just to create this defense. And so for, I guess, about a year now, we've been going through the documents, going through the discovery. We went through the motion to dismiss and the hearing for the motion to dismiss. And now we're in full trial mode. And for, trial lawyers, like, Addie and myself and Mr. Goodman, trial mode is really digging through everything. And, of course, it's putting the government on trial. And it's, really, really, preparing for a war. And what we expect to happen is that it's going to be about a month-long trial in St. Petersburg. And throughout that time period, the government, of course, is going to do everything they can to try to paint this picture as if this organization has not been doing this work for almost 50 years. So we're, again, creating our defense in order to show that this work has been done. It has nothing to do with, Russia or anything. And they're going to get the fight of their life. And, like I said, we've been preparing for it. We'll continue to prepare, and we're getting ready to have this trial in September. And I know Addie is a little under the weather, but I'll let her kind of say her hello as well.
Uhuru.
Thank you, Mutaqee. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Addie Griffin, and I can never go without saying what a pleasure and honor it's been to participate in this and to represent the chairman and be on this legal team. As Mutaqee said, we're going through all of the discovery. We're filing motions. We're doing legal research. We're getting our witnesses lined up. We're getting our exhibits lined up, and we are building a bulletproof defense. We intend to win this war and win this battle and bring the Uhuru 3 home. We're going to continue the work that you all do. And thank you so much for all of your support. I can't tell you how grateful we are to have all of you supporting and contributing to our cause. So I really appreciate being here. Thank you.
Uhuru, next we're going to show you a hands-off Uhuru video.
This is the FBI. You have a federal warrant for this address. Keep your hands up and follow orders. This is the FBI.
They handcuffed me and my wife out here. They wanted me to sit on the curb while they were carrying this out, something that I refused to do. They wanted my wife to sit on the curb out here, that she refused to do.
As I was coming out, this big old drone met me.
The only revolutionary organization that's done something here on the ground practically for African people is the one that's come under attack. Institution that offers a community radio station, a newspaper, a commercial kitchen, an Aquaba Hall rental space, and community office for our organizers. That was the building that has come under attack.
Need a breach? What do you need? Need one. I don't know. Oh, told them that money. Don't take it.
We will build a movement of white people that says hands off the Uhuru movement.
They see in the African People's Socialist Party a vanguard for the struggle for the liberation of our people. They see that because not just what we do here in the United States, but because we had the temerity to do like Garvey, to do like Malcolm X, and take the struggle of black people around the world.
Uhuru, I have seen that video so many times and I still get chills. It enrages me. That's why our next speaker is also from the Uhuru 3, Penny Hess. She is the chairwoman of the African People's Solidarity Committee, the organization of white people working under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. She is also the author of Overturning the Culture of Violence, the book that we have back there. Put your hands together for Penny Hess.
Uhuru. I just, as always, want to salute my leadership, Chairman Omali, Yeshitela, and Chairman Mwezi. And I really want to salute the incredible legal team that is just going to lead this fight on the legal front. And I have total confidence. And I also want to explain that we have been in this process of preparing for the trial for seems like about a year now. And the chairman has always given it the political context. So this is not just a legal struggle. This is a political struggle, and it's going to be taken on that way. And as Kara said, I am the chair of the African People's Solidarity Committee, the organization of white people that the chairman formed and the African People's Socialist Party formed in 1976. And we have basically, as you see, Uhuru Solidarity Movement is our mass organization. And we have worked for the question of reparations in theory and in practice raising resources and winning that among the white community, that reparations must be paid to African people based on hundreds of years of the stolen labor of African people and the and the colonial domination of Africa that continues to steal the resources of Africa today, and the ongoing colonial domination inside the borders of the United States of African people. And I know I always appreciate a member of the Black is Back, Lisa Davis, who always brings out the fact that the woman, I forgot her name, but I know Jesse knows. Carolyn Bryant, who targeted Emmett Till in the 1960s and said that he, she made up, some vicious lie about him, and that resulted in his murder. As he was just really a teenager, a child. Yes, he was 14, and yes, and that Carolyn Bryant never went to jail. She never went to prison for that. She died in her bed. Right. So the ones that worked for reparations from the white community are going to jail. And Chairman Omali Yeshitela, as the leadership of the struggle for justice, for liberation, for reparations to African people, is going to jail. So that tells us, this reality. And I just want to say too that this is, as we know, 100% about the chairman's speech. This is not murder. This is not drugs. This is not fraud. This is not human trafficking, all the things we read about, people doing in the newspaper every day. This is about Chairman Omali Yeshitela's speech that is in every way covered by their colonial free speech First Amendment. And we have to fight for this. And this is why the chairman has raised the slogan, the anti-colonial free speech, because it's not just for the colonizers. We have to say that African people and oppressed and colonized people have a right to struggle for their freedom and liberation. And we have to stand there, stand up for that. And we, as white people, as from the colonizers, have a right to stand in solidarity with them, with African people in this struggle, with the Palestinian struggle, with the indigenous people, with Leonard Peltier must be free. Yes. We have a right, and we must fight for that as well. This is part of the anti-colonial free speech movement. We've got to go out. We've got to win more people. I want to call on everybody here who is not a member of Hands Off Uhuru to become a member, to join it, to come to, just really salute the dynamic and powerful job of chairing that by Chair Mwezi. Just every webinar is so dynamic. Our next webinar is going to be March 30th, 2 weeks from now, I think it is. On a Saturday, we had, there's always just amazing, powerful leaders on these programs. Be a part of it. Come to these webinars. Very, very powerful. And it's really important that everybody be in Tampa on September 3rd. And I know Jesse took a count. A lot of people say they're coming. We can be there. We can win, and we must win. And it takes all of us. And it takes more, thousands and thousands of more people that we can win, because this is in the interest of everyone to fight for the right to freedom of speech. They will not take that away. And we are fighting for anti-colonial free speech. I just, again, want to salute this powerful leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Chair Mwezi Odom. We will win. Hands off Uhuru.
Hands off Africa!
Uhuru, thank you so much for that amazing, amazing speech. Our next speaker is another one from the Uhuru 3, Jesse Nevel. He is the chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, the mass organization of white people working to raise reparations under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. Please give a hand to Chair Jesse.
Uhuru, I really want to appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this panel with Chairwoman Penny Hess and Chairman Omali Yeshitela, and of course with Chair Mwezi Odom, the just dynamic, powerful, brilliant leader of the Hands Off Uhuru counteroffensive. And I also want to give a shout out to Mutaqee Akbar and Griffin, our incredible lawyers, along with Leonard Goodman. Yeah, let's give a round of applause. Along with attorney Leonard Goodman in Chicago, who is representing Chairwoman Penny, and all of our lawyers are working as part of a joint defense in this pushback. And Leonard Goodman has joined the legal team pro bono, which is an incredible stance on his part to do that, and is the author of the very powerful and historic motions for dismissal that were filed, motion for dismissal and subsequent documents that I'm going to talk about in a second, that were filed in the court in Tampa, Florida. And I also want to appreciate and salute Angela Rainey and Tom Inskeep, who are also on our legal team. So we have 5 powerful lawyers on this case working under the political direction of Chairman Omali Yeshitela. And in addition to that, there is a legal defense support committee that under Chair Mwezi and Hands Off Uhuru is led by Director Chimaranga Selambao, which includes representatives from the National Lawyers Guild and others who have volunteered their time and skills to contribute towards this fight back. So this is a very powerful committee and team and campaign, and it is a people's movement, a people's fight back, and we are going to win. And I want to appreciate what Chairwoman Penny Hess just said in terms of Lisa Davis's comment and observation about Carolyn Bryant, that the U.S. government never brought any charges against Carolyn Bryant for instigating the lynching of Emmett Till, the murder of 14-year-old Emmett Till, and yet the first time white people are one to stand for reparations to African people, they get indicted. And Carolyn Bryant was the Department of Justice's investigation into Carolyn Bryant began in 2017 after she was quoted in a book admitting that she lied about Emmett Till. And that was under Trump's Department of Justice, interestingly enough. And it was Joe Biden's Department of Justice that closed the investigation and determined not to bring any charges against Carolyn Bryant. The same Joe Biden's Department of Justice that has presided over the raids of the Uhuru movement and the subsequent indictment of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Chairwoman Penny Hess, and myself, the Uhuru 3. So I just wanted to appreciate that point being brought out. And also just want to say from the fundraising committee, which I have the honor to coordinate along with Comrade Amanda Carlozzi, that we want to thank everybody who has contributed over the past year and a half towards raising over $260,000 for the Hands Off Uhuru campaign. Right now, as part of yet another of many financial attacks that have been made against this movement, our current fiscal sponsorship has unexpectedly announced that they are dissolving, and we have a very short amount of time to find another fiscal sponsor. So we just want to let people know that you can continue to donate towards that website, which is currently at handsoffahuru.org/donate until March 15th. After that point, we'll be letting people know where to send your contributions. And that's something that we're working rapidly to figure out. So I want to take a few minutes to talk about some of the legal aspects of the Uhuru 3 case. And as was mentioned already in the previous presentations, on July 29th, the FBI raided the Uhuru movement. A grand jury released an indictment out of Tampa, Florida, of a Russian national, Alexander Ionov, on charges of conspiring to employ illegal agents in the United States to work on behalf of Russia to sow discord. So he was the only person indicted on July 29th. That indictment was used to justify the raids and characterizing Chairwoman Penny Hess, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who is the main target of this attack, Director Akile and myself as unindicted co-conspirators. And it was 9 months after that, 9 months later, on April 18th, the grand jury in Tampa, Florida, unsealed a superseding indictment, which added 2 other Russians, actually, and the Uhuru 3 to the indictment, and charged Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Chairwoman Penny Hess, and myself with conspiring with Russia as illegal foreign agents to sow discord in the United States. That was, according to them, the goal of the conspiracy, not to lobby illegally or to engage in some kind of fraud or spying or something like that, but just basically to stir things up, to sow discord. The indictment of the Uhuru 3 included one charge of 18 U.S. Code 951, which is the charge that has to do with basically functioning as an illegal agent of a foreign government without notifying the Attorney General's office. And the other charge is 18 U.S. Code 371, which is conspiracy to commit an offense against or defraud the United States government. A lot of media coverage about this case has mistakenly referred to the charges brought against the Uhuru 3 as Foreign Agent Registration Act charges, FARA. And the 951 charge is a similar but distinct federal criminal statute from FARA, the Foreign Agent Registration Act. And I think the distinction is important because if you're charged under the Foreign Agent Registration Act, which basically regulates the exact same thing, which is functioning as an agent without notifying the Attorney General, they send you a letter and they tell you, hey, technically what you're doing is working on behalf of a foreign government, so we need you to register. And then if you don't register, they charge you under the Foreign Agent Registration Act and you face a potential 5-year prison sentence. If they assume you wouldn't register because you are a criminal illegal agent of a foreign government, one notch away from being a spy, so why would they send you a letter to tell you to register? They charge you under 951, and the max prison sentence is 10 years. That's what they have charged Chairman Omali Yeshitela under. Section 951 that has its origins in the Espionage Act of 1917. And the Department of Justice itself has referred to Section 951 as espionage light. So it's basically one shade away from saying that the Uhuru movement and Chairman Omali Yeshitela are Russian spies. That's basically what this absurd and bogus indictment alleges. And the overt acts, we don't have time to go through all of them, but if you read the indictment, which we recommend people read it, read the actual indictment, they list what they call overt acts, which are the affirmative acts supposedly carried out by one or more of the co-conspirators in furtherance of the goal of the conspiracy, which again is what? Sowing discord, okay? So here are the overt acts. Notice none of them includes bribery, fraud, money laundering, violence, spying, or anything else like that. One is the chairman went to Moscow. That's an overt act. 2, the Uhuru movement waged a petition campaign in 2015 to petition the United Nations to hold the US government accountable for the crime of genocide against African people in the United States. That's overt act number 2. The chairman spoke at a dialogue of nations in Moscow in 2015. In 2016, what they call the reparations tour, and by the way, the dialogue of nations was featured people from many different organizations, including many from throughout the US and from different parts of the world. What they called the 2016 reparations tour was a tour that was organized by the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement following the fact-finding mission tour led by Muriel Fanon, the daughter of Frantz Fanon, which held United Nations hearings featuring testimony from African people in the US to determine whether reparations should be paid to Africans in the United States. The International People's Democratic Uhuru movement testified at every hearing, and for the first time in history, the United Nations adopted a resolution stating African people in the United States are owed reparations. That's one of the overt criminal acts carried out by the Uhuru movement. 5, the burning spear. Get ready. This one is really scary criminal behavior. Published an article supporting the right of Russian athletes to participate in the Olympics. That is in the indictment as a criminal act. 2017, the Uhuru movement ran candidates, including Director Akile and myself, for office in St. Petersburg, Florida, on a platform of reparations, which contributed towards the precedent of many other cities in this country adopting reparations platforms and presidential candidates calling for reparations to African people. 2018, this one is just silly. They're all silly. But 2018, they say, International Committee for the Protection of Human Rights. They're saying that someone sent a Facebook message to Penny Hess. She didn't answer the Facebook message, by the way. Somebody sent her a message about a committee on human rights. So check your spam box. You could be a soon to be indicted co-conspirator. 2019 St. Petersburg election, Director Akile ran for office again on the platform of reparations. 2020, another Dialogue of Nation conference, this one held on Zoom. The chairman spoke at that conference. And then, according to the indictment, we didn't commit any other overt acts for 2 years after that, until February of 2022, when Russia engaged in its defensive operation in Ukraine. The Uhuru movement held webinars on Russia and Ukraine and a press conference, and those are listed as overt acts in the indictment. So I'm already out of time, so I'm going to wrap this up really quick. But I just want to say that the prosecutors attempt to justify this blatant violation of what's supposed to be the First Amendment to freedom of speech by stating that the indictment of the Uhuru 3 is not a violation of the First Amendment because it is, quote, content neutral. Okay? They're saying it has nothing to do with what they're saying. It has nothing to do with the fact that the Uhuru movement, the chairman, are calling for reparations, are exposing genocide, are supporting oppressed peoples around the world fighting for their liberation. It has nothing to do with any of that. It just has to do with the fact that the Russians told them to say it. And we filed a motion for dismissal last year, which for the purpose of that motion for dismissal, the motion for dismissal assumes that everything in the indictment is true, which it's not. But it assumes that, let's say everything in the indictment was true, there would still be no grounds. It would still be unconstitutional to indict the chairman and the Uhuru 3 because there's something called the First Amendment. And if you give a speech, just because the government says a Russian told you to give that speech, it doesn't mean that that speech no longer has the protection of the First Amendment. But according to the US government, and according to the prosecutors, and according to the magistrate judge, in this case, they claim, at the moment that that speech is being done on behalf of a foreign government, it is no longer speech. It is now action. Further, they argue that in addition to giving speeches, which in this case are no longer speech, they are action, the Uhuru 3 also engaged in actions beyond speech. For example, giving speeches. Again, don't take my word for it. Go look at the documents yourself. Not only did they speak, which is no longer speech, it's action. They also engaged in actions like speech. They also engaged in actions like holding webinars, like traveling to speak. So this is the precedent that they're trying to set with this indictment. They're trying, because this has never happened before. 951, this law, has never been used, which is not to say that the other cases where it was used were legitimate, but it has never been used to target anyone purely on the basis of speech. Any other time it's been used, the person accused was accused of some other action like espionage, like lobbying, like some kind of fraud or something like that, like trying to gain extradition of dissidents living in the United States. Some kind of act beyond speech has been alleged. This is the first time everything that they are targeting with this indictment would otherwise fall under the constitutional protection of the First Amendment right to speech. This is the first time this law is being used to target pure political speech. And of course, it always starts with the attack on the African liberation movement, with the attack on African people. And it is extremely dangerous because, as the chairman has said, the second you let them crack open the door, there is no turning back. And the only thing standing at the front of the barricades right now, holding back the forces of the US government from all out repression on anything approximating political speech in this country, is Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the Uhuru movement. That is the only thing. If they get away with this indictment, they will be able to charge anyone they want, anytime they want, for saying anything they don't like, just by saying the Russians told you to say it, the Chinese told you to say it, the Iranians told you to say it. And if you're supporting Palestine, well, they don't have state power, so they can't say the Palestinian government told you to say it. So like Nancy Pelosi, they'll just say the Russians told you to say it. So that's what they're trying to do. And all they have to show to allege that the Russians told you to say it, or that some other government told you to say it, is that your views in that moment aligned with the views of that government. That's all they have to show. If they get away with this indictment, if they get away with this prosecution, which they must not, which they cannot get away with. And that's what's at stake in the case of the Uhuru 3. That's what Chairman Omali Yeshitela represents. That's what anti-colonial free speech represents. And that's why we have to be there seriously in the thousands on September 3rd. If it even gets that far, we have to mobilize right now so that they drop these charges against the Uhuru 3 and that they are pushed back from going any further with this incredibly dangerous assault on freedom of speech. We cannot let this happen. We must organize, we must mobilize, we must build the Hands Off Uhuru campaign and say, drop the charges on the Uhuru 3. Uhuru.
Uhuru, the irony, the only discord that I see is from this imperialist system 24/7. So our final speaker is why we are all here in the first place. He is also one of the Uhuru 3, and that is our beloved Chairman Omali Yeshitela. He is founder and leader of the Uhuru movement and chairman of the African People's Socialist Party. Chairman Yeshitela is a worldwide revolutionary leader and theoretician who has been fighting for freedom, reparations, and liberation for African people everywhere for over 60 years. Put your hands together for Chairman Omali.
Uhuru comrades, I know we are being pushed for time, so I shall struggle for expedition. I really want to salute these incredible lawyers who are part of the legal team that's defending us. And I want to salute all of you, and Comrade Mwezi, who wasn't here earlier, just made it here, who is leading much of the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition. I think, first of all, I have to say, free Leonard Peltier. Yeah. And that's an incredible issue that is at the bottom of almost every contradiction we are faced with. The reality is that this country, this settler, which is a settler colony, it is the original settler colony. It is the template for settler colonialism that happens all around the world. Everything that we see happening in Palestine has its origin here. This is the settler colony. And you have Leonard Peltier, an indigenous man who's been locked up in prison for almost 50 years because they say he fought back when the FBI attacked them in Pine Ridge. So free Leonard Peltier, because immediately and directly, when you look at the system in this country, the whole capitalist system, if you will, it rests upon the twin pillars of stolen land and stolen labor. The land of the indigenous people and the labor of African people that
did all of the work to create this economy that's here. So I wanted to say that. And then secondly, I think it's important to mention that, you know, I never would know if I'm going to be able to make conventions and things like this. Because if you look at the history of this attack on us, historically, you know, what they've done to our leaders, our people, like the murders and assassinations of Malcolm and assassinations of people like King and the assassinations, I think in 1968 alone, they killed something like 30 some odd members of the Black Panther Party. The assault on the Black Panther Party in 1969, where they murdered Fred Hampton after putting drugs in his Kool-Aid so he couldn't defend himself. We look at what's happening to us, we're talking about free speech, and that's an issue. And I really appreciate everything that's been said about the legal question, because that's an important thing. But I want to say more than that, because this is more than just the issue of basically free speech and democracy as they would pose it. It's more than any suggestion about working for Russians. What the hell was burning the flag in the Uhuru House in St. Petersburg, Florida on July 2nd, 27 days before they attacked the Uhuru House in St. Petersburg, Florida with military forces? What connection is that with Russia? What is the connection with Russia burning the church right across the street from my house that they attacked on July 29th at the time where we had the church under contract for putting another program that would change the ground for African people here? What the hell does that have to do with Russians? Nothing at all. It's got nothing to do with Russia. It's got to do with the fact that we are waging a struggle against colonialism. And that's the fundamental contradiction. That's what Garvey was fighting against. That's what Malcolm was fighting against. That's what the Black Panther Party. Not only were they fighting against, they said it concretely. This is the struggle for the liberation of our people. That's what it was for. So I think it's important. I never know. I don't know if they're going to shoot me tomorrow. I really anticipate, I'm very careful, opening doors and things like that, but what difference does it make? Because they can do that. The difference is you and the people, and that's why we are so transparent. That's why we put out everything, because everything that happens should facilitate the revolution. I did not join this movement to free Omali, Yeshitela, or the Uhuru Three. I did not get involved in the struggle. I got involved in the struggle for the liberation of Africa and African people, and the flashbang grenades and things like that shall not stop it. Just like killing Garvey, overthrowing Garvey didn't stop it. So I think it's really important to be able to recognize that this is a whole process that they're involved in that's bigger than Russia. I mean, yesterday I had to endure, as we have to often endure, people and guns coming to my house because part of the gracious limitations that they placed. These are the really gracious things, because they freed us after indicting us, after putting me in handcuffs and leg irons, chains. Again, they let us out on a $25,000 signature bond, but I had to give up my passport. I had to get permission to go. I had to get permission to travel 15 miles from here if I crossed the state line into Illinois. These are part of the conditions. Then I have to allow them to come to my house anytime they want to come to my house. And yesterday morning, they was at my house, guns, etc. They're nice guys, quite polite, etc. with guns. And you can be polite with guns. You can be really, really, really polite with guns. So I want to say that most of us have no idea what it is to be living under colonialism. I want to tell you that they kill a third of the African population, a third of the 600 million people that existed in Africa at the time. When white power attacked Africa, they killed 200 million of people throughout that process of a couple of centuries. That's a third of the African population. This is the civilized democratic system that we honor, and that we armed people like myself. I was in the military. I joined the military. I joined the military to running away from colonialism in St. Petersburg, Florida. I'm thinking that anything was better than this. Let me go and to join the military, see the world. That was part of the slogan. First Russian Alderman, I knocked him out physically, rendered him unconscious, what have you. A silly person. And I'm there at the time. I was there when the Berlin Wall was built. I was in Berlin. I was in one of the first US military tanks to face a Russian tank in a combat situation, right there in Berlin, Germany. At the same time, African people are now demonstrating inside this country just for the right to vote for Joe Biden. What was Joe Biden doing during this period of time? Joe Biden later on, and certainly in the early 70s, was fighting against the Civil Rights Bill, fighting against even busing. What did he say about busing? Desegregation. He didn't want his children to do what? Grow up in a jungle. This is Joe Biden. If I had the capacity, one of the things that I wanted to put his ass on trial. We will later, but that's another story. Because he needs to answer the question: is this persecution of us? Does it have anything to do with his own personal political views? You understand? Because that's the history. Where was Joe Biden when I was in Berlin? Did he ever put on a uniform? Did he go to Berlin? And this is the thing that we're looking at, and we got to act like, we got to pretend that something is correct about this process, legitimate about this process. Nothing legitimate about it at all. It might be legal, but it's not legitimate. So I just wanted to raise that and to say that we've been working now for 50 years to bring this process together. When the colonial question is on the forefront, because one particular organization was driving the colonial question since the defeat of the Black Revolution, since the defeat of the colonial movement around the world. This party has done that. This party has made it our objective to engage in the struggle to complete the revolution that was started by Lumumba, that was started by Garvey, that was started by Nkrumah, that was started by members of the Black Panther Party, etc. That's what we said we were going to do at a time where they crushed it and nobody wanted to talk about colonialism anymore. They want to talk about black and white, united and fiery. Had nothing to do with the liberation of anybody. Let me tell you something. And I'm knowing, how am I looking? Okay. I have to be disciplined. I want to just say quickly, this legal issue is really important. Listen to the legal issues. Listen to a comment Jesse talked about. Go to hands off Uhuru. Look at the documents. Look at the indictment. Look at the motion that we put forward to dismiss the charges. Look at what their response to us, and then look at what our response was to them. Look at it all. We're transparent. We want you to see it. Yeah. And you don't have to come to our house and bomb anything to get the documents, except you just go to Facebook, go to Uhuru, handsoffuhuru.org, and you can see it all. The FBI could have done that too. They already were doing that. But the legal question is important. But let's get to how we got to the legal issue. Where does the First Amendment come from? Where do all the rights in the Constitution that we swear by, that we are trying to protect, where do they come from? They come from European struggle against feudalism. That's where they come from. Fighting against the king, because the king was oppressing serfs and feudal people, etc. That's why white people are getting the hell out of Europe trying to get to this land that we stand on right now because of oppression. They say freedom, fighting for freedom of religion and freedom of all these other kinds of things. And of course, they was looking for nutmeg too, and a little gold, and all these other kinds of resources. But that's what they were looking for. They came looking for rights. They put down a constitution that would guarantee rights for them that were denied to them by the kings, by the nobility. That's why there's free speech. You couldn't say anything. Free speech, my ass. The only law that you had the divine right of the king. That's why everybody here knows that one of my favorite persons is a French philosopher. His name is Diderot. Because this whole divine right of kings during feudal era, and it was Diderot who said that man should never be free until the last king has been strangled with the intestines of the last priest. I thought that was a meaningful kind of statement. It resonates with me anyway. And that was even before they found out what the Pope and his guys were doing to little boys. I'm sorry. Because before that, you know, the Pope had divided the world between Portugal and Spain and split it off in terms of who could be enslaved and who should not be enslaved, right? So, but I think it's important. When you look at First Amendment, these constitutional rights, they were rights they were trying to guarantee themselves that they did not have under the kings, under the nobility, under feudalism. But they were guaranteeing rights for themselves on indigenous land. And on resources stolen, coming from a stolen African labor. They were running from despotism and from tyranny, right, in Europe, and then they would come here and become despots and tyrants as it relates to the indigenous people still living in concentration camps that they call Indian reservations. And African people and the Mexican population, you know, they just stole half of Mexico, consolidate that in 1948. This is what we are talking about. This is where all these laws, et cetera, that be extolling in terms of Constitution, this is their origin. Listen, the First Amendment was not made for me. It was not made for any of the indigenous people here. In fact, one of the albatrosses hanging around the necks of the fabulous Democrats in this country was the one that came about from the Supreme Court of the United States right here in St. Louis, 1857. The Dred Scott ruling from the United States Supreme Court that stated that Black people had no rights that white people had to respect. Anybody remember that? It was no court decision that immediately got rid of that. What ended that? What ended that? What made that, took that away from law? A civil war. It took a civil war to overturn this thing before there was this, now Dred Scott is supposed to be something in the rearview mirror of history. But the fact is, it's still there. It's colonialism is still there. And this is the contradiction because they didn't make it for me, but bloodshed, African people, they charging us with being paid by the Russians to engage in elections. Nobody in this country paid the price to vote, to participate in the electoral process that Black people paid. No Russians churches were bombed, no babies were killed, no high-powered waters put on children from Russia. That was Black people who did that. And Joe Biden was against much of what happened with that, and so they're going to talk about the Russians. So they concoct this story, and here's their contradiction. Because the contradiction is that the law was not made for me. And yet the blood struggles, the struggles of blood that Black people were involved in, that became a problem for them. Not because of law, it became a problem to them because they were in this major contest in the 1960s, 50s, and 60s when we were fighting for the right to vote with Russia, with so-called Russian communism, where the Soviet Union was engaging them in ideological and political struggle for what system was going to dominate in the world. And this is what they were doing to Black people, were being held up as evidence to the peoples of the world by the Russians and other people of what this system represented. And it was bloodshed, it was a struggle of African people that brought this stuff to the forefront, that made it possible for the Russians to use this against America in international affairs that made America have to come to a better conclusion in terms of rights of Black people to participate in elections. So they said you can be in elections now. 1965, I was one of the organizers around voting rights and education throughout this country. I was one of them on the ground. In 1965, Voting Rights Act is killed. But what else happens in 1965? Malcolm X was assassinated. Malcolm X had put forth a program for Black people participating in the electoral process. He called it a Black nationalist philosophy. He said a program that has to be that Black people have to control the economy in our communities, the politics and the politicians in our, that's what Malcolm says. He was killed in 1965. And it was really a critical kind of thing because Malcolm, the philosophy of Malcolm X had begun to become more significant than anything that was happening in this country. It gave rise to the Black Panther Party. It gave rise to the conscience of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee that I was a part of also. So in 1965, they killed Malcolm X. 1968, Martin Luther King has now begun to, he was leading struggles for voters and things like that. His position now is that as opposed to simply relying on the Democratic Republican Party, he wants to mobilize a poor people's campaign that was going to take people from all around this country into Washington, D.C. in a militant siege of that territory to disrupt it until there was some kind of political and economic change inside this country. They killed Malcolm and they killed King in 1968. 1969, the Black Panther Party was this assault. They had a 10-point program. This was our program. And then they kill all of this off. You got the right to vote, but you got nothing to vote for, and nobody to vote for except Joe Biden's party, the party of George Wallace, the party of Joe Biden, both of whom were opposed to civil rights, both of whom were opposed to busings and things like that to get Black people there. So this is the contradiction that they're faced with. This is why we say we're not trying to turn Biden or the Democratic Party or Nancy Pelosi to most of them into African internationalists. We're glad to see as many people as we can win to African internationalism to understand the closed mode of protection. That's great. But what we have to do is hold them to what they say they are about. You say this is the foundation that this whole system rests upon. Free speech, free assembly, free association, freedom from unreasonable search and seizure and things like that. That's what you say. That's what we're going to hold your ass to. Right. We're not trying to make you a revolutionary. You're going to have to make the revolution by standing up for what you say, because the same so-called progressive and revolutionary principles that took you out of feudalism, we're going to use them to contribute to our struggle to take us out of colonialism. That's what we're going to do. So Emmett Till and I were the same age. I know about Emmett Till. I saw Jet magazine. I saw what it had done to him. I know the terror that imposed on African people and children like myself and Emmett Till, etc. This whole notion he whistled at a white woman, so what? First of all, it ain't true, but so what? Yeah. How in the hell should he care more about white women than what white men care about white women? You know, and this whole notion that we are sowing discord. If there were no discord, there wouldn't even be an NAACP. Right. This whole thing was founded in discord. And so we have a responsibility here to move forward with history. We can't accept anything that they've laid out as what systems should be about, what the rights and relationships of the people should be about. Everything that they put forward is wrong. Yes. We have to criticize it all. And what I want to say is that they are putting together a system in court. They want to take us to court, but we've got an appeal to this case. Yeah. That has not yet been answered. And what we want to say is that the trial, as far as we're concerned, is happening now. This is part of the trial. And I believe that if we do what we're supposed to do, build this movement, by September 3rd, we can do something else. We'll come to St. Petersburg, Florida, and have a party. By September 3rd, we should be able to force them to do something else. And the other thing is that they would negate our history. Go to handsoffuhuru.org. Go and look at my history. I'm not hiding it. Biden cannot tell his history. He can't even tell the history of his son. He can't tell anything that look for my history. I'm proud of it. You understand? And go and look at the history of this movement, this party, and what have you, and then spread it, so that they cannot get away with pretending that we were invented, first of all, by white people here or by white people in Russia. We have agency. We've been around for a long time. In fact, we were building pyramids before white people mastered fire. And they don't know how we did the pyramids. And I'm not telling. Uhuru.
Uhuru. So now we only have about 5 minutes for questions.
That's a criticism.
No criticism, no criticism. But I'm sure you're all brimming with questions, so please, if you would like to ask something to the panel.
Are Addy and Mutaqee still on? Do we know?
Are Addy and Mutaqee still on? Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah,
They still there?
they're on Zoom.
Oh,
Okay,
right
good.
on.
So they're available to answer questions too.
Yeah.
And the lawyers are still on Zoom, so ask away. Redbeard, do you want to come on up?
Do the lawyers have anything either?
Yeah, and if the lawyers wanted to make any other comments.
Oh.
Panel. Chairman, could you just expand a bit on the relationship between the Dred Scott decision and the need for the Civil War?
Well, the Dred Scott decision, I don't know if that had anything to do with the need for the Civil War, except that there was a crisis in this country, and Dred Scott and the struggle of African people were representative of that crisis, because as you know, the economy was at that time nakedly and openly revolving around enslavement of African people. That's what the economy was about, African slavery. And so this resistance of African people, many of whom were in the Union Army, by the way, because people like to talk about how we got rescued, et cetera. But many of those Africans were in the Union Army. Africans were throughout the South. This was incredible because during the time this crisis deepened, Africans were seen building scaffolds while they were still enslaved, formerly enslaved, building scaffolds that was unnerving for the people who were supposed to be the masters and things like that. So they were faced with this huge crisis. And then part of the crisis had to do with what came to be, I think, the Missouri Compromise. Isn't that what it was called? So that the question of free states versus, say it again.
Missouri was a slave state and Maine was a non-slave state.
Come on up.
I mean, I don't know.
But anyway, that was a part of the crisis. And so the whole question of how they were going to be able to maintain slavery throughout the entire system, and with Missouri supposedly being a free state, and Dred Scott and Harriet Scott, his wife.
No, anyway, in the compromise, Missouri was, but it was a free state.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
And so when they came here and they tried to use the Constitution, they tried to use the fact that this was supposed to be a free state as a basis of preventing them from, it was called a Fugitive Slave Act, right? The Fugitive Slave Act. So they were trying to use this as a basis of being able to stay free because they got to Missouri. And it got to the Supreme Court, and a man named Taney,
which I just, as a parentheses, I just saw that the city of Baltimore just took down Taney's statue.
Well, bully for that. And that fixes it.
Yeah, exactly.
So anyway, this determination was made about Dred Scott that ruled against them because a black man had no rights that a white man had to respect. That was the Supreme Court ruling. And this was a real embarrassment for all the liberals for the longest period of time. Today it is even an embarrassment that they hold up the Dred Scott decision. And of course, it took a civil war. It was a civil war that rode on the back of the crisis that African people had initiated with this whole struggle, you know, like against the slave economy or the colonial slave economy. And that's the thing that changed that. But it's just changed the name, you know. We used to talk about all the time, there's certain thing as de facto and de jure rights. So by law, we have rights, but in fact, we don't. In fact, we don't. They don't exist. And this is the thing that they talk about content neutral. The charge against us, it says content neutral. This charge has nothing to do with what you said. So they say, like speeding, right? It's content neutral. Stop sign, you come to a stop sign, they made it for everybody. They didn't just make that for me, they said. But the cops who stopped me, you saw the whole thing around the murder of Mike Brown and the rebellion coming from that. And then they do an investigation and they found out that the whole city of Ferguson is getting most of the money for the economy from what? Traffic for Black people, although it's supposed to be a content neutral law. There's no such thing as a content neutral law in this country. The colonized always paid the horrible price, et cetera. Anyway, let's fight for you. Mutaqee, Uhuru Mutaqee. Uhuru. Mutaqee is daddy, by the way. He doesn't talk about his daddy. His dad is Naim Akbar, who is a well-known, I don't want to call him a black nationalist. I don't want to get, because Mutaqee heads up the NAACP and that might get him in trouble. But he's a well-known political and intellectual figure in the African liberation movement. So Mutaqee, I don't know if you had anything or not.
No, y'all tackled it.
But that's a major contradiction they have, you see, because they have the law, they have the First Amendment, they have all of these things, but they were not made for us. They were not made for the colonizer. Colonialism continues to exist. And if they ever were, and that's why we say anti-colonial free speech. That's why you can't say from the river to the sea. A white person can't say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, because it's around what? Colonialism. The fundamental contradiction in the world, colonialism, that's the contradiction, right? So anyway, I just wanted to say that, and I'm sorry, Leah. I'm going to be reprimanded severely, I know. Thank you, Uhuru.
Drop the charges. Now. Hands off Uhuru. Hands off Africa. All right, Uhuru, let's hear it for that powerful, powerful panel discussion. All right, and we're going to move on to yet another powerful panel. And this one is called Free Leonard Peltier, Not One More Year. Uhuru. And I'd like everyone to join me in welcoming Jenipher Jones, Esquire of the Leonard Peltier Ad Hoc Committee, and the revolutionary scholar and activist Professor Ward Churchill, and also welcoming back Hands Off Uhuru Defense Committee Chair Mwezi Odom and African People's Solidarity Committee Chairwoman Penny Hess.
And let's do a chant. From sea to shining sea, indigenous people must be free. Right? Yeah. From sea to shining sea,
indigenous people must be free.
Uhuru. Uhuru, everyone. My name is Leah. I'm the moderator for this panel. This is the Free Leonard Peltier, Not One More Year. Let's do another chant. Free Leonard Peltier.
Not one more year.
That's right, Uhuru. So the Uhuru Solidarity Movement fully unites with the demand to free Leonard Peltier, whose imprisonment is a consequence of the colonial genocide waged against indigenous peoples. So first, we're going to hear from an overview from Chairwoman Penny Hess, who is the chairwoman of the African People's Solidarity Committee, the organization of white people working under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. And if you have not picked up a copy yet of Overturning the Culture of Violence, back at the Uhuru Planet table with Hallie, please do so. Uhuru, welcome, Chairwoman Penny.
Hold on 1 second. Do you have, I don't know where my things are, for this presentation. I don't know why.
Slides.
No, my phones. I don't have those. I don't know where they are. I doubt it. Uhuru. Okay, I'm gonna have to be able to see this. Uhuru, it's my honor to be able to introduce this really important, this anti-colonial struggle to free Leonard Peltier. And that I want to say too, that it's an honor to have Jenipher Jones, who is the lead attorney for Leonard's case, and Ward Churchill, who is, as was said, a revolutionary author, professor, and activist who has written extensively on both the question of genocide and the question of counterinsurgency and COINTELPRO and the means that the US government has used to crush the movements for liberation of the indigenous people. And that Leonard Peltier must be free. He has been in, not one more year, he has been held in colonial prison since 1977. He has been held past, I believe, and I think Attorney Jenipher Jones can tell us, I believe that he was supposed to be out in the 90s, but the US government continues to hold him in prison to remind everybody, including us, and expecting our unity with the genocide of the indigenous people, that this is conquered land, that this is stolen land, and this is how they say it should be. And we say that indigenous people will be free, African people will be free, colonialism and the colonial mode of production must go, and that we stand in solidarity with the fight to free Leonard Peltier and to free this land, that it belongs to the indigenous people. I just want to add that on the streets where I live in South St. Louis, every other street is Cherokee, Chippewa, Osage, Osceola, Winnebago, Keokuk. These are indigenous names to when they conquer a people, and like the chairman says, they scratch the name off, and they put the name of the conquered people. And that it's also been really an important thing to know that the comrades that do the work to free Leonard Peltier, that are part of and lead the Leonard Peltier Ad Hoc Committee, which is the committee that is endorsed by and led by Leonard Peltier himself, were one of the first groups to join the Hands Off Uhuru. And it's really been moving and powerful to experience the unity and to see it in practice, the historical unity of African and indigenous people in this struggle. And I do, want to say that Comrade Jenipher, Professor Ward Churchill, also Paulette and Dawn and Don and the others that we have gotten to know so well, who are just dear comrades and friends in the trenches of this struggle, are just so important to the whole Hands Off Uhuru family, to its life, to its political thrust and importance. And that, as the chairman has said, the struggle to free Leonard Peltier and the struggle for Hands Off Uhuru are joined at the hip. They are together. And we are fighting to win, and we will win. We will win. I just wanted to show a very brief PowerPoint before I bring up the other comrades. And because, a lot of people in this audience may not know about Leonard Peltier and what it means. So next slide. Next slide. Yeah, so we salute. We say free Leonard Peltier in the spirit of indigenous resistance, and we salute the members of the official Leonard Peltier Ad Hoc Committee, as I said. And to just say a little bit about the reality of this case, it is in the context of the genocide overall that went on for hundreds of years against the indigenous people, and which I have to say was not just the US government, but that it included the masses of white people. Because genocide isn't that easy to carry out in a certain way, because people resist and fight back. And that all white people, just as in the struggle of African people, white people were deputized to be part of the US government's attack and never paid a price for participating in the genocide. So in 1890, the US government massacred and attacked the Lakota Sioux at Wounded Knee in South Dakota, and murdered at least 200, probably many more, and Professor Churchill can tell us more on that. But that act was considered to be the completion of the genocide. The US government said it's over. And, you know, here in St. Louis, there was, and of course, there was the World's Fair in 1904. Yeah. And they had 10,000 people in human zoos in the city. They had 60 human zoos altogether, including Africans from Congo and the indigenous, with representatives of all 51 of the indigenous nations, or at least 51 of the indigenous nations, including Geronimo and others who were leaders of the resistance fight, who were now conquered and put on, put in this hideous show of colonial conquest and domination. Next slide. So in the 1960s and 70s, the period of African, indigenous, and other anti-colonial struggles around the world shook, next slide please, shook this government to its very foundation. And the struggle for Black power, for power in the hands of the African community, and for indigenous people, red power, the right to their land, the right to have their land back. Next slide. The American Indian movement was built at this time, and I know that this picture includes Russell Means and Dennis Banks, two of the founders and leaders of the American Indian movement. Next slide. And I wanted to just, this is a brief video. I just wanted to show this in just a minute.
During that period, there was a number of different reasons that caused me to get involved and join the American Indian movement. At that time, there was an elderly man named Raymond Yellow Thunder that was a ranch hand in Gordon, Nebraska, which is right on the border of the Pine Ridge, Oglala Lakota Nation. And he had come to town like he did all the time. Well, he'd go out there to the ranch, stay out there 3-4 months, come into town. He would give his money to his sisters who would pay their bills. He supported them, right? And whatever he had left, he would buy some clothes and he would drink it up, you know. And he was picked up by, I believe it was 3 young men and one girl. They had first humiliated him by stripping all of his clothes off him and throwing. They were having a dance that night at the American Legion, and threw him inside of that dance hall naked. And the mayor that was there and the chief of police put a blanket on him and told him to get back to the ranch, or they all knew him around there, right? Or they would arrest him and stuff like this, right? Well, a short time later, Raymond was observed being forced in a car again by these same young people, right? And the following day, his body was found with cigarette burns and other means of torture. And he was dead.
Next slide. And this is Russell Means addressing that.
When we seen that they weren't going to do nothing but, just let another murder go by, pass, without anybody being arrested.
The Hare brothers, the very same thing, when they killed Yellow Thunder. Now, we went to Washington, D.C. and demanded that it be a federal crime to kill Indian people. And they said no. And so when a white man hunts down an Indian, takes 2 days to plan it, and hunts him down and brags about it.
Again, to slap the Indian people in the face. The older guy got 2 years in prison, but the other two got probation, I believe.
Next slide. Yeah, that was just a snippet of the rebellion at Wounded Knee in the 1972 or 1975, I think it was. And again, this is a picture of Raymond Yellow Thunder, who was tortured and murdered by a group of white people. The white murderers did not pay a price. And on February 27th, 1973, after 300 years of colonial genocide and violence, AIM and 200 indigenous nations came together to reclaim their stolen land at the site of the Wounded Knee massacre in 1890 in defiance of neocolonial leadership on their own land. The US colonial military and FBI assaulted the indigenous people, murdering at least 80 indigenous people from the Lakota Nation. But the resistance stayed strong and they liberated the land for 71 days. 2 FBI agents lost their lives during the colonial siege. Fabricated charges were brought against Leonard Peltier and 2 others without any evidence. And Leonard was arrested and tried in 1977, sentenced to 2 life sentences on false charges while his co-defendants were acquitted. Today, Leonard Peltier has hundreds of thousands of supporters around the world. We must free Leonard Peltier now, not one more day, not one more year. Uhuru. Peltier now. So I would like to bring up Comrade, or are you doing this part? I'm sorry. Oh, okay. No, I didn't know because you look like you were coming. Okay. So, yeah, I would like to bring up Comrade Jenipher Jones to talk to us about the case, and then bring up Professor Ward Churchill.
Uhuru. Thank you so much. From sea to shining sea, Indigenous people must be free. Uhuru. Greetings and gratitude to Chairman Omali, to Chairpersons Odom and Hess and Nevel, from the Leonard Peltier Official Ad Hoc Committee, the legal team, and the National Lawyers Guild Mass Incarceration Committee. We are so deeply grateful for your support and solidarity. Our decades-long camaraderie is so meaningful in this struggle. And a big thank you to everyone who has participated in the call-in campaign, donated to funeral expenses for Leonard's sister, and all other support you have shown Leonard. You are deeply appreciated. So I was asked to go over the case, a broad overview, including many of the issues, the current status, and roles in terms of those who are involved. So I believe some of you know, but just as an introduction, my name is Jenipher Jones. I'm a movement lawyer. I manage a movement law firm. I practice civil and human rights with a focus on the rights of prisoners, specifically political prisoners. So Leonard is actually not the only political prisoner myself and my colleagues represent. I come here today, humbly so, in the names of Leonard Peltier, also of Shaka Shakur, of Sundiata Jawanza, and of Eric King. But in Leonard's case, I do lead the post-conviction relief efforts, otherwise known for short as PCR, Civil and Human Rights Matters. As many of you know, Leonard is still incarcerated at USP Coleman 1, and he's subject to continuous lockdowns now for 22 hours per day. If you can believe it or not, just yesterday, Leonard was let out for a whole day for months. It had been months, and it is a gift not something that should be a gift, but for him to be able to feel the sunshine on his face and to go outside. And as you know, there is dismal access to medical care, programming, to religious services, and other very serious issues at USP Coleman 1. So to address those issues, and foremost Leonard's freedom, Leonard's legal team as to his release is comprised of two components. So policy, legislative and executive branch advocacy, that includes something like clemency, which I know many of you have heard about, compassionate release currently, and then formal post-conviction efforts. So formal litigation, official administrative remedies within the BOP, international advocacy, and civil rights. So that means parole, post-conviction litigation, civil rights litigation, and international mechanisms and measures. Leonard is up for parole this year. We're also responsible for the vindication of Leonard's civil and human rights, which we are doing. We must be clear. Leonard is a prisoner of war. You see, as I'm sure you know, there are substantial errors and brazen violations in Leonard's case, not simply by the letter of the US Constitution and federal statutes, but in other respects as well, such as treaties. So all of that is to say, we have a great team. We all work together, have a wonderful group of advisors. That includes attorneys Maura Meltzer-Cohen, Michael Kuzma, Professor Audrey Bompsey, and so many others, all of whom are very well recognized in their areas of practice. We began this year actually claiming victory. Our motto, we will not give up the fight, because fight we will for Leonard's freedom until the very end, no matter what. We will not give up the fight, not one more year for Leonard Peltier. And this is a particularly meaningful motto as it was coined by former political prisoner Dhoruba bin Wahad during his address on behalf of all political prisoners in the US during Nelson Mandela's visit to New York City in the 1990s. I can think of few better phrases because, as you know, this is an extremely critical year for Leonard. But generally, what is post-conviction relief? I know I referenced that earlier. I'm sure everyone knows, but broadly speaking, post-conviction relief is an amalgam of constitutional law and criminal defense. That can include something like parole or various forms of habeas petitions or transfer requests or compassionate release. So in some, we focus on the defects of the conviction itself, the wholly unconstitutional manner in which Leonard's sentence is being carried out, and other post-conviction factors which are statutorily relevant, such as health and age. Leonard will be almost 80, will be 80 soon. And those are examples of statutorily relevant factors. Speaking of constitutional violations, Leonard is in urgent need of medical care, as are so many of our comrade political prisoners, such as Mia and Rashid Johnson and many others. One of the key features of repression of political prisoners is the deliberate denial of medical care. It is a tactic intended to silence, distract, disable, and weaken that political prisoner's message and support by mercilessly denying life-saving medical care. Leonard's medical condition is not good. It is declining. And I think most people here know that for some reason, Leonard is experiencing the intermittent onset of blindness. Unfortunately, though, he was told that it will be another 8 to 10 months just to see an eye specialist, which it's just not an acceptable time frame. At nearly 80 years old, he has many other serious conditions while locked down for 22 hours per day, which according to the experts and international standards amounts to solitary confinement. There is the proverbial list of conditions that Leonard has, including kidney disease, heart condition, diabetes, high blood pressure, bone spurs, a degenerative joint disease, painful injuries to his jaw, all of which require immediate and ongoing medical care. He is in constant pain from arthritis in his hip and shoulder. He has an enlarged prostate and an aortic aneurysm. He uses a walker and is having a hard time eating due to a lack of any dental care for a decade, having lost most of his teeth as a result. Since 2022, Leonard has been on a CPAP machine to assist him with his breathing during his sleep. And to make matters worse, despite all of these conditions, Leonard is not receiving all of the medication even prescribed by the prison's physicians. This is a perfect storm of neglect that places Leonard within a serious risk of harm and amounts to death by incarceration. Our independent medical expert has already written a letter to the Bureau of Prisons notifying them that Leonard cannot be appropriately treated in prison. This is also a conclusion expressed by the United Nations. They've also come to the same conclusion. But I wanted to share a little bit briefly about the operative standard, because I am sure everyone is wondering, how can this take place? The standard in terms of incarcerated folks is the cruel and unusual punishment clause as it applies to Leonard's medical treatment. We call it deliberate indifference. It is a legal test based upon the 8th Amendment to the Constitution and mandates that correctional officials must address serious medical needs and even avoid the risk of harm. This is actually very different, and it's a high standard, as plain as it sounds, and it only applies to prisoners. And so it's very different from the medical neglect standards that apply to you and I on the outside, meaning that what constitutes medical neglect on the outside may not even begin to violate the standards or even raise the issue of the 8th Amendment. And so it's often more complex than it sounds, because it's also known as one of the most opaque legal tests, and it's really confusing. For example, the standard I just explained applies to solitary confinement, but yet indefinite solitary confinement in this country has not been ruled as constitutionally impermissible. I think we maybe came a little bit close in a case called Hamner versus Burroughs out of the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals. There are also laws like the Prison Litigation Reform Act that intentionally make it very difficult for prisoners to even make it to court in the first place. With few exceptions, it actually establishes procedural hurdles before even getting to challenge the mistreatment in court. And if you're very sick, and if you're just relying on the mail, as many prisoners do, this is very, very difficult for anyone to do. And then I think, as you know, capital punishment, the death penalty, which also falls under the 8th Amendment, but under a different legal standard called the Evolving Standards of Decency. Even with that, we all know that capital punishment has not been deemed blanketly impermissible as per the Constitution. But we do have disability provisions. All entities receiving federal funds, be they prisons or other entities, must provide reasonable accommodations, including to prisoners. That's something that prisoners are not accepted from. And then rules like the ICCPR and the Mandela rules are helpful on an international level. So as many of you know, the ad hoc has launched a medical campaign. The legal team and I have already sent communications to the BOP reminding them of their legal obligations to make sure Leonard is medically treated and treated in a timely manner. We are also working on getting Leonard transferred, or what they call a redesignation, to a more appropriate facility where he can actually be treated pending his release, and are addressing these concerns internationally as well. So I urge everyone to plug into the Leonard Peltier ad hoc committee's action network. Just plug in your email address where you can receive updates and calls to action to demand medical care for Leonard and receive updates about release efforts. There's also a human aspect to this. So if you'd like to send a word of solidarity and kindness to Leonard, please feel free to send him a note or a drawing or a funny joke, and you can plug into the committee. You can find his address right on www.freeleonardpeltiernow.org. I also encourage you to plug into efforts led by our movement community to address and demand universal health care for political prisoners and all prisoners. So all of that is to say, we are not done here yet, by far, and we are not going to be done until we bring Leonard home and he receives the full measure of justice for the way he has been treated. We will not be done until the Uhuru 3 receive justice. We are not done because we are winning. And we're confident that in the end, no matter how turbulent in the interim, that a call for liberation always, always is ultimately answered with liberation if we will but do it. As it said, we are confident. In fact, we are resolute in victory of good over evil. Thank you for your support. Free them, Uhuru.
Thank you so much, Attorney Jenipher, and I hope you stay on. We do want to talk to you also about what people can do, what people in this room can do, and I know that Attorney Jenipher said to go to freeleonardpeltiernow.org, freeleonardpeltiernow.org, and sign up for those updates. And I know there was a call in, and we could talk about that a little bit more at the end. And now it is my honor to bring up professor and author and revolutionary Ward Churchill, who is such an important part of the Hands Off Uhuru Committee and who has played such an important role in keeping alive the truth about the genocide of the indigenous people and the reality about the COINTELPRO counterinsurgent attack against the African Liberation Movement and the American Indian Movement as well. So welcome, Professor Ward Churchill.
CO, thank you. Thank you. It's an honor to be among you all. Wow. They said to give a bit of background on why it is Leonard Peltier is a prisoner of war, which is, of course, a particular political prisoner status, but there are criteria which pertain to that do not pertain necessarily to political prisoners per se, the broader term. Political prisoner is as it sounds. Uhuru 3 would be slated to be political prisoners for the way they framed the case against you. Leonard Peltier was engaged in defense, armed self-defense, if you will, against an outright counterinsurgency war that was mounted on the Pine Ridge Reservation by the FBI and some collaborating agencies, including the U.S. military, between 1973 and at least 76, probably into 1977, come about under, well, it was a field test, if you will, of a scenario, as they put it, called Garden Plot, which was really hammered out in the applicable form here by a former military officer, field grade officer by the name of Louis Giuffrida. Giuffrida wrote I guess it would be a master's thesis at the Army War College in the early 1960s, outlining how one will go about implementing a string of plans that the Army had maintained that date clear back to World War I, called plans, that's a plural, plans White. he formulated a counterinsurgency scenario that would hinge upon utilization of all the police powers within any jurisdiction and cooperating police agencies and patriotic organizations as they were defined by the police or by the state within that jurisdiction. So vigilante organizations, as well as particular, as needed, particular units within the military itself. You'd have mass incarcerations. You would have lethal force applied. You would have saturation of areas with repressive personnel, put down insurrections, utilization of various gases, various weapons, military weaponry. The military would supply equipment that had not normally been available to civil authorities in times past. And that was designed mostly for application in an urban context. Ronald Reagan had hired Giuffrida to work out these scenarios. There's a companion piece. Garden Plot is the more important, but there's another called Cable Splicer. In any case, you had this field test with the People's Park demonstrations in Berkeley in 1969. But the real test, the implementation, the application, utilization of Garden Plot scenario occurred Pine Ridge, beginning with the Wounded Knee takeover, which was undertaken to run a press conference, not to defend the place for 71 days. But they were surrounded immediately by what called itself the Goon Squad. And this was an entity formed from reservation residents by Dickie Wilson, who was a bootlegger and who had been in Arizona. He had fled there to avoid embezzlement charges from a position he'd held in the reservation government during the preceding decade. They brought him back. He ran a campaign basically paying for votes, handing out alcohol, but also paying money for people to vote. The campaign was underwritten by a real estate outfit and a couple of other non-Indian businesses in Rapid City. In exchange for, upon election, he would grant them contracts for building a federally subsidized housing on the reservation and so forth, cluster housing as it was called, and so on. But the feds wanted him in there primarily, I would suppose, because you had the satellite photography that had disclosed that in an area known as the Sheep Mountain Gunnery Range, there appeared to be significant deposits of uranium, and uranium was found there. They did physical site investigation, did discover pockets of uranium, but it was intermixed also with molybdenum, which is another strategic mineral. So what they had in mind was that Dickie would sign over, transfer, that is, 1/8 of the reservation to the federal government, basically relinquishing the Oglala Lakota Nation's interest in the property, which most people in the reservation, frankly, opposed, very vituperatively opposed. They immediately began to organize against that. The feds passed along highway funds to Dickie, which he then used to hire his own enforcement arm, an entity called Highway Safety Program that was formed. Nobody ever called them that. They called themselves Guardians of the Oglala Nation, GOONS, goons. composed primarily, it was a subsidy to BIA police, Bureau of Indian Affairs police on the reservation. They would moonlight as goons and pick up extra money. There's a element of the goons that were not police, all right, particularly on the east side of the reservation. The west side was run by the second command of the BIA police force reservation-wide. The east side was less police overlap, but nonetheless, the goons were getting paid to be goons. As it turns out, we find that they were being provided essentially with immunity for whatever actions they undertook, but also intelligence and weaponry, ammunition, and so forth by the FBI, and probably military equipment, but that was channeled through the Bureau as well. And the object there was essentially to use a serious amount of force to intimidate the opposition into basically shutting up while Dickey did what it was that he had been installed to do. The opposition to that attempted to impeach him. He was basically left in charge of his own impeachment ceremony. People on the tribal council who might or were suspected of being inclined to vote against him, vote for impeachment, were arrested the night before, just conveniently were locked up at the time the impeachment proceeding occurred. And he ran a John Birch Society film before the meeting began, so everybody was assembled there got to see John Birch Society's view of the subversive elements that were represented in the opposition, an entity that had called itself at that point the Oglala Sioux Civil Rights Organization. Excuse me. Needless to say, he was retained in office. So the elder, and he immediately announced that there could be no meeting of more than 3 people on Pine Ridge until further notice. So he was essentially abolishing the opposition that way, and it was to be enforced by the federal government through the goons on the one hand, but the feds had also sent in a SOG, a Special Operations Group of 60 U.S. Marshals who had set up machine gun emplacements on the tribal office buildings and so forth, and they were going to be enforcing too. The National Guard for the state of South Dakota was on alert in case they were needed. That's when a meeting was convened of the traditional elders, Fool's Club and Red Cloud, and people of those families who were essentially hereditary chiefs, as they would call it in the common vernacular. They're the head men, the elders. Pipe carriers of key pipes. All right, everybody has a pipe. Well, not everybody, but a lot of people have a pipe. Certain pipes have a particular importance, and these are the guys that carried them. They asked AIM to go to Wounded Knee to make known what the situation was in the reservation, because they felt, partly this was happening because, it's a very remote part of the country in the mind of the general public. Nobody cared. Nobody paid attention. Nobody knew. Make it known. So that was the reason they picked Wounded Knee as symbolic. D. Brown's book, Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee, had recently come out. It was a bestseller. You had all sort of sentiment about woe the Indian, but the real Indians that were a little more recent than 1890 tended to be out of sight, out of mind all the time. So they picked Wounded Knee as the appropriate location, and tried to bring press corps from Rapid City down for a press conference, but by the time they woke up in the morning, Wilson's goons had already established roadblocks, and the marshals had established roadblocks behind them, and you have what amounts to a siege. And it's why in American Indian movement circles, this is referred to as the Siege of Wounded Knee in 1973. Not an occupation. Okay, there was not an intent to occupy. There was an intent to hold a press conference. They may have stayed a little longer than that, but you know, people broke into the trading post to get weapons and so forth once they realized that they were being surrounded. And you have that during that 71 days, you know, you've got a lot of publicity. A lot of publicity. You know, people are headlines and the New York Times and Time Magazine and Newsweek and on the 6 o'clock news and so on. So you've now got public attention kind of riveted on that, and negotiations occurred there. But you have these major firefights because the military had a deployment force at Fort Carson down in Colorado, and they were shipping all kinds of equipment. 15 armored personnel carriers were provided by the South Dakota National Guard at the request of a couple of field grade military officers that were sent out in plain clothes to oversee the operation. You've got the marshals, or the primary federal force on hand. You've got the real active folks, or the goons, and then you've got the FBI sends in a real ace counterintelligence guy, Richard G. Held, who had been sent from headquarters to take the job, replace SAC Chicago in order to oversee the cover up of the Hampton Clark assassination, the FBI's role in that. And you got 2 Indians who were killed during the siege. Feds fired about 500,000 rounds of ammunition, used more flares, parachute flares, than were used in Vietnam during the same period, and so on. And a lot of stories that could be told of why they didn't just overrun the place, apart from the media attention. The press was barred from it, but you had press people who defied that and stayed inside. Kevin McKiernan, for one, Tim Cook, a couple of others. Yeah, you got 2 dead Indians, Frank Clearwater and Buddy Lamont. You have the stand down. You had the feds agreeing to meet with the chiefs to talk about treaty compliance in the immediate aftermath. But in the immediate aftermath, the FBI takes over from the Federal Marshal Service, and Richard G. Held had already written a scenario about FBI participation in paramilitary operations on Indian reservations. And what they did was the FBI pretty much saturated the area and utilized the goons, a goon squad that had been established, in the manner that CIA utilized police and vigilante entities in Central and South America during the same period, functioned as death squads. You got about, the number was provided by, in Penny Hess' presentation, roughly 70 murders on Pine Ridge. And this is speaking only of AIM members and supporters in a 3-year period of time. This is a death rate which is multiple times that of Detroit, which is supposed, according to the FBI, murder capital of the country during that period. You got a death rate for political reasons. It's virtually identical to that during the same 3-year period of time that pertained in Chile after Pinochet's coup and this repression of the left. That's the background in which this Oglala firefight occurred, the FBI had not been able to destroy the opposition, but having killed this many people or overseen the killing of that number, plus 300 plus serious physical assaults, the situation on the reservation was such that particularly the older people had come to understand that they were being given a choice either to stand down, abandon their rights, behave themselves according to what the authorities were dictating, or get killed, be physically attacked. And they asked, various people asked various components of AIM to provide them security because they were not prepared to abandon their opposition to what it was that was transpiring. Didn't really know about the transfer of the gunnery range yet, but knew about the federal support to Wilson and the repression that was going on at unimaginable levels, even after all the publicity and so forth. People could not really comprehend the climate on Pine Ridge. And the FBI was frustrated because this amount of force had not obtained the desired result. So the appearance is they decided to utilize a jumping bull property near the reservation town of Oglala as the location for various reasons. They picked this location to trigger an incident that could be used to justify massive escalation in FBI presence, type of force that was being used and so forth. They wanted to fight. So they sent these two agents in to get the firefight going. They were supposedly attempting to serve a warrant that they didn't have on a kid by the name of Jimmy Eagle, who wasn't there. They said the next day that the warrant had to do with kidnapping, something of that magnitude, that he had supposedly kidnapped and intimidated a couple of ranch hands with whom he was working. Actually, there was a warrant. It was for theft of a used pair of cowboy boots, and he was acquitted of that when he ultimately went to trial. But that was the pretext under excuse me, under which they the two agents entered and stopped and began firing. Now, they said that they were following a red pickup truck or an orange pickup truck. It was referred in some reports referred to as a Scout. Ultimately, they decided it was a red and white van. So apparently the two agents that were sent in there didn't know a pickup from a van, and they didn't understand red from orange and never mentioned white. The reason for the red and white van is that it was Leonard Peltier's van, and who they expected to encounter when they got down there in a creek below the residences at the Jumping Bull was the Northwest AIM group, which are 6 or 8 people who might be shooters, probably fewer than that. Actually, they'd been there the day before saying they were looking for Eagle, and this was a return trip. The Eagle business, yeah, and it picked up 3 of the younger people who were part of the AIM group who were walking from the town of Oglala out to the Jumping Bulls. They got in town to take showers. They had taken the kids to Pine Ridge town and interrogated them about Jimmy Eagle, but more about who else was in there and what kind of weapons they had. So they got back to Jumping Bulls. They passed us along, and the word got out, and they weren't sure. Nobody was sure quite what it was that was happening, but it was in the wind that something was going to be down. And so there were more shooters down in the creek at the AIM camp than the FBI had anticipated. But they also had pre-positioned an FBI contingent sniper team in the area. You had a BIA police fire training team in the immediate area. They were ready for something to start and come in with what they expected to be overwhelming force. Didn't quite work that way. It should be said that there was International, which produces Scout. As I said, Scout was mentioned, did produce a tomato red truck, kind of a pickup during that period, but that's not what they were talking about. In any case, there was a red pickup truck that had been followed, and that's the proximate cause of that's where the firefight stops, because the agents are following this red pickup into the valley, and it stops short of the encampment that AIM had established down on the creek. And the people in the pickup got out. Well, the two agents stopped and began to fire at them because they saw that the people in the pickup were possessing long guns. Well, the guys in the pickup did fire back, and there were 3 men in it. And as soon as they had attracted the attention of a larger group of men down in the encampment, they got in the pickup and took off again. And the reason for that is it was a truckload of dynamite, and no one is going to take that as a firing position in a firefight. So, they realized they've been spotted. They were in, possession illegal material. So they beat it out of there, which had nothing to do with Leonard Peltier. Leonard Peltier and his van were down in the camp. And the two agents, basically, as one of the goon commanders put it shortly after, had committed suicide by going down in under those circumstances. The first agent that was supposed to be coming to their assistance, J. Gary Adams, was fired on from the houses by one of the teenagers that had been picked up the night before. He was up at the houses and saw this FBI car coming in. Well, plain clothes car. Didn't know for sure it was an FBI car. It was a unmarked car and plainclothes personnel. So who is it? But he fired on it, and the bullet pinged off the car. And J. Gary Adams, brave guy that he was, slammed on the brakes to the car in reverse, went backwards as fast as he could to get off the property, ran the car backwards into a ditch, pulled out of that, and laid down until after the whole thing was over. He was lying in a ditch. And meanwhile, the two agents were saying, come on, guys, we can still get out of here if you come in now. Well, nobody came in for hours.
Uhuru, this is a powerful history, and our time is up. More. This is.
Well, let me cap it off this way.
Please.
I would like sometime to get into the trial, see how that ties. But the next day, you get an indication of what happens in court. Tom Call, an FBI information specialist, had been imported overnight from Washington, D.C. He convened a press conference and announced, no, the FBI is in possession of the ground at this point. So they know truth from speculation at this point as well. Okay, the two agents have been lured into an elaborate ambush. All right, they weren't lured, they'd been sent. All right, that was their assignment. They weren't lured by anybody to go down there. That's what they were supposed to do. All right, they were attacked by AIM members deployed in sophisticated bunker complex, which were broken down corrals and root cellars. They knew none of them had been used as a firing position. Okay, one of the agents had been scalped. Okay, we could go on. Let me just say None of that was true.
Right.
None of it. And they knew it wasn't true. But that's how it was. They led in the media. They led that in the media because the media is going to trumpet the approved line, and that was the approved line. The media was essentially told to trumpet. It was months before that was literally debunked. Okay. But the guy who oversaw the prosecution of Leonard Peltier ultimately, and fairly recently, acknowledged that they had not been able to prove that Leonard Peltier had done anything illegal on that day. Nothing. You have fraudulent affidavits used to extradite him. You have false testimony demonstrably, the orchestration of the trial and so forth. And you have the incoming director of the FBI decline at the Eighth Circuit Court, William Webster, on the first appeal. He declined to overturn, then took his job heading up the FBI because it was all based on FBI misconduct. All right. How they framed Leonard, put him in prison. And in the second appeal, you had the Eighth Circuit say that the record was replete with significant FBI misconduct. The FBI and federal authorities were at least as responsible for what had happened as was Leonard Peltier. But to send it back to trial would impute even more improper comportment on the part of the FBI. And this they were not inclined to do. So they left Leonard in prison. Okay. Judge Heaney, who chaired that panel, later said that he was convinced that the case against Peltier was fraudulent, but he wouldn't say that until after he retired. Okay. And later it comes out that the after Freedom of Information Act, you have a third appeal going on. The key evidence, the ballistics evidence that was introduced.
Muted. Oh, we can't hear you now. Can you, we can't hear you.
I wonder if you can hear us.
I don't know if you can hear us, but we can't hear you, Professor Churchill, we can't hear you.
It looks unmuted on Zoom, so I'm not sure why.
Uhuru, I don't know why. Can you hear us?
Yes.
You can hear us, but we can't hear you. We can't hear you. I don't know.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. We can.
Okay. I don't know how much was missed, but yeah, I was already running overtime. So
we do have to go, but this is very, this is powerful to hear the absolute military assault on the Lakota and the fearless and powerful resistance of the people to drive
there's a lot more to it than I was able to get to, but yeah, as has been said, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Uhuru.
From sea to shining sea,
Uhuru.
North America will be free. U.S. out of all the places that my 50 years of activism have called for the U.S. to be out of, and U.S. out of North America as well. Something, yeah. So solidarity with the Uhuru 3 and power.
And I just want to thank you so much, and don't go yet. Chairman Mwezi is going to say a few words, and then we're going to wrap up this this powerful workshop today.
Uhuru. Lawson, thank you. Yes, two Dons, Don Lawson, Dan Battaglia, as well as Sheila De Silva and Leonard, and Professor Ward Churchill, who is also a member of the board. And I really want to appreciate Chairwoman Penny for that overview, because as we just, heard from Professor Churchill himself, the history is profound and it's deep, and there's so much more that we have to continue to do around this case, around the, around all the liberation struggles. And I also want to really salute for that really profound statement, and just the overview of the deterioration of Leonard's health, which was really just, like bone chilling to listen to from Attorney Jenipher Jones. So just as we, close up this really important panel, and again, just deepening this relationship with the Leonard Peltier Ad Hoc Committee. And as we look at just the question of political prisoners and overall, the idea that, African people, Indigenous people, we do have agency, right? And this whole crushing of our movements is an example of, again, this whole question of free speech cannot just stand on its own. It has to rest on the colonial question, because again, whereas a dying Europe would have came to Africa and said, oh, hey, maybe socialism would have said, hey, we have potatoes and you have pineapples, can we trade, right? But instead what colonialism does and colonial mode of production does is it wages an assault on the people. And there's no way, as has been stated, that people can be under oppression, under political domination for this long without the barrel of the gun, without just incensed violence on the people. And so we understand that colonial, assault on Africa is the same, project that created these here, United States, these Americas. And as we say, you're seeing it happen right now and have been seeing it happening in Palestine, in the Philippines, all throughout the world. And just a few more things that, as we continue to talk about this, because I work on a community college campus, and we are almost 2 generations removed from the 1960s, right? And so there are students, even professors, who have no idea about the struggle of Leonard Peltier, that don't know what happened in the 1960s. And so when they hear things like gentrification, they think it's this single, issue, but gentrification is how the United States was created, right? And so we have to be able to make these connections to what colonialism is and what colonial violence looks like. And just the last thing that I guess I will say is, again, as Professor Churchill laid out, and as has been laid out for the Uhuru 3, none of what they are saying is true, but as the chairman says, even if it were, right? And again, this assault on us to be able to hear it, and our ability to be able to say it is very central to all of this. And when we look at education to housing and to healthcare and all the problems that we face around food and clothing, all of that rests on colonialism. And so we have to say that it's not just Leonard Peltier, it's not just Chairman Omali Yeshitela. These are, forces that were on the forefront of the anti-colonial struggle. And, so just being here, the Black Power Blueprint is the most beautiful representation of being able to build justice, because there can be no justice on stolen land, but in the process, we build anti-colonial projects to be able to, maybe even one day give back to the Indigenous people, what is rightfully theirs, in terms of these, wonderful projects. So I just really wanted to salute this panel, and for the sake of time, but for the sake of that we will win, to say from sea to shining sea, Indigenous people must be free. Free Leonard Peltier now, not one more year. Uhuru.
And we're running late.
Yes, Uhuru, let's
But we
have.
have a great panel coming up.
Yes, so we're gonna have to skip the Q&A for now so that we can get into the next panel. But let's have another round of applause for that powerful panel. Free Leonard Peltier. Uhuru. So our next panel is Free Palestine. Long live the anti-colonial unity of the African and Palestinian revolutions. Please help welcome up the African People's Socialist Party's Director of Media and Communications, Akile Anayi. Existence is Resistance co-founder Nancy Mansour, artist and activist Mona Al-Bayoumi, And Uhuru Solidarity Movement Chair, Jesse Nevel.
Uhuru. This is a really important panel. Free Palestine. Long live the anti-colonial unity of African and Palestinian revolutions. And I just really am proud and honored to be able to participate in this. And my name is Ruby. I'm a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee and the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, as well as Jews Against Colonialism. And I'm honored to be your host for this segment. And this is another critical discussion today featuring a really powerful group of people who are active in transforming and liberating the world. And we're going to be talking about the critical issue of colonialism. And colonialism, which Chairman Omali has kept that alive as the definition of the conditions of African people and people all over the world. You know, after the Black movement was crushed down in the 60s, Chairman Omali kept the issue of colonialism alive for decades, for 50 years. And also, you know, the whole fight for liberation of African people and the Palestinian resistance that sees center stage worldwide through the bold acts of resistance and force the struggle against colonialism into the consciousness of all people, including people from the colonizer nations such as myself, and including people like Aaron Bushnell, who we spoke about, you know, was spoken about so eloquently earlier in this program. And the US government and media will do everything that they can to bury and discredit this perspective. But we have the chance to hear it, and it is our responsibility to hear it and to act. We've got some fantastic speakers here today. Our speakers include Akile Anayi, Director of Media and Communications for the African People's Socialist Party, including the Burning Spear newspaper, Black Power 96 radio station, and many other platforms that have been exposing the condition of colonialism for decades. Anayi was featured in Ebony magazine during her 2017 bid for city council in St. Petersburg, Florida, where she ran on a platform of unity through reparations. It's also featuring Nancy Mansour, Nancy Mansour, who is the executive director of Existence is Resistance, was not able to be here today, but she has connected us with Wala and others inside Gaza right now who will be sharing a video message or statement with us from the Palestinian people, where the colonial occupation is being met with fierce and unrelenting resistance. And Mona Al-Bayoumi, who is a great friend and supporter of Hands Off Uhuru, and she is also an internationally recognized painter and mixed media artist. Her work has been featured in galleries and institutions both in the US and internationally. She will be live on screen, and also Jesse Nevel, who is the chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, the mass organization of white people working for reparations to the African community under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, and he will be presenting on behalf of the USM campaign, Jews Against Colonialism. Uhuru. So our first speaker is Akile Anayi, Director of Media and Communications for the African People's Socialist Party.
Uhuru, comrades. Uhuru, Comrade Ruby, and I just really want to give my salutes to everyone on the ground there in St. Louis, Missouri. Salute the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, and begin this presentation by saluting and recognizing my leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, because my presentation is to cover or to talk about the unity of the African and Palestinian liberation struggle. And when we talk about, you know, just that history of anti-colonial unity, we have to really give, you know, our hats to the leader of the African nation, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who has kept this unity alive, that there has been a tradition in the African liberation movement to unite with the struggles of oppressed peoples all around the world. And that history is concentrated in the African People's Socialist Party. And I'll talk a little bit about that more, but just recognizing with the chairman's understanding of African internationalism that helped us to recognize that the colonial mode of production, colonialism, is the primary contradiction confronting every single human being on this planet, but especially African and colonized people, and that's the core thing that threads all of our struggles together, is our struggle against colonialism, and that there is no freedom for any colonized person if colonialism exists anywhere in the world. And so that is, again, something that the chairman, concluded long ago, and it's reflected not just in our theoretical understanding about the world, but in our practice inside the African People's Socialist Party and in the Uhuru movement. And, that's why, this is just a great segue in terms of this panel when we just had this really important panel regarding Comrade Leonard Peltier, political prisoner, who is, this political prisoner of a settler colony, the original settler colony, as the chairman has laid out. And, now we're discussing moving into another settler colony that the colonizer, the US government and its, puppet Israeli settler colonial state is responsible for the genocide and the oppression and exploitation of Palestinian people in Palestine. And so, again, this is just brilliant in terms of being able to get now into this discussion. And I also just want to unite with the call to free Leonard Peltier, free them all, free all political prisoners, and drop the charges against the Uhuru Three. They will not make political prisoners out of Chairman Omali, Yeshitela, Penny Hess, or Jesse Nevel. So now we can get into this presentation, African and Palestinian Anti-Colonial Unity. We can go to the next slide. So we are, as mentioned, united in a struggle against the colonial mode of production. And Comrade Ruby was just, talking about this in the opening to this panel about how the chairman really kept the colonial question in front of us and in front of the entire world. And, how the Palestinians in Palestine are engaged in a struggle against colonialism, which is no different than the struggle that African people are engaged in right here inside the borders of the US. It's a struggle against colonialism. It's not a struggle against racism for Black people in the US and a struggle against colonialism inside Palestine. No, the same contradiction affecting Palestinians, affecting the indigenous people of this land, and affecting Africans everywhere we've been dispersed is colonialism and the colonial mode of production. We can go to the next slide. And colonialism has, been well-defined, even throughout the course of this event. But just to reiterate, colonialism is the total domination of a whole people by a hostile foreign state power for the economic benefit of the oppressor nation. Colonialism as a mode of production explains how European wealth was built on stolen African, indigenous, and colonized human beings, labors, land, resources in a process that established the existing world economy, a parasitic, blood-sucking global economy maintained through genocide, exploitation, and oppression. This explains what's happening in Palestine. It's not a moral issue. It's not a religious question. It is the colonial mode of production that's responsible for the misery of the Palestinians and the theft of their land, just as it was the colonial mode of production that came into existence through the theft of the resources and land of Africa and the resources, including African people ourselves. That is, where the basis of European wealth and, subsequently wherever the colonizer, moved throughout the world and attacked and settled, this is where, their whole existence and everything in the society has been built now is from the destruction and theft and rape and genocide of African and colonized people everywhere. That's what informs our entire society, our entire social system, the culture, is this question of colonialism as a mode of production. Next slide. Next slide, please. Or unless it's freezing for me. Okay, there we go. Well, next slide. Okay. There we go. All right. So this, again, as mentioned, the unity of the African and Palestinian liberation struggles is not new. It didn't just, occur after October 7th of 2023, just as the Palestinian liberation struggle didn't occur, just sporadically on October 7th of 2023. But this has been a historic unity between these struggles, again, because of this common enemy, this common oppressor, this common contradiction of colonialism. And as in an example, in Cairo, in Egypt in 1964, Malcolm X, who was an important leader in the struggle for Black power, took a firm stance in support of Palestinian liberation and called it what it was. The problem that exists in Palestine is not a religious problem. It is a question of colonialism. It is a question of a people who are being deprived of their homeland. Next slide. All right, so the Black Power movement, which, we know prominently of the 1960s, the Black Revolution of the 1960s, which we know was crushed by counterinsurgency, by the US government making this war, which it's doing. It's a war that's never ceased. And it's really important, when we talk about the struggle against colonialism and recognizing that ever since African and colonized people met this social system, we have been fighting against it. That our entire existence since the imposition of colonialism and in the colonial mode of production, Africans and colonized people have fought, have resisted against it, never accepted it laying down, have never ceased fighting, this social system, have never ceased, fighting the colonizer and this social system and trying to throw it off of our backs, fighting to seize power and control over our own lives. This is a part of our history since we met this system, since we met the colonizer. And this is shown inside the Black Power movement of the 1960s and with the Black Revolution, Africans struggling, not just in this country, but it was increasingly, gaining momentum throughout the world. And on the continent of Africa, African people, struggling to be free, struggling to overturn colonialism. And during the Black Power movement of the 1960s, you had, these really important representatives of our struggle, one in the form of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee or SNCC, and which the chairman was a member of and was actually a SNCC organizer in Florida, who when he was a SNCC organizer, carried out the first act of Black power inside this country by tearing down, this white nationalist mural that hung in St. Petersburg City Hall. And so this is, when we talk about the history of the chairman in our movement, this is, we were there, and the chairman has a 60-year plus history of struggling for Black power and the freedom of Black people. So the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee came out in support of Palestine and paid a serious price. And so, as it says here, Black Power movement called for unity with Palestine, and white liberals ran. The white liberals withdrew their financial support as punishment for SNCC's position. The movement was slandered. All the same things that we're up against today, where African people are being called anti-Semitic. You can be considered anti-Semitic because you say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, because you are opposed to, illegitimate Israel settler colonialism. And this can, now you're being, you have this weapon against you. Now you're called anti-Semitic, which, can get you blacklisted and all kinds of things. Well, this has been something that has historically happened to African people who have taken the stance in support of Palestine. And SNCC published a fact sheet that detailed the atrocities committed against Palestinians by the US, Israel, and European colonial powers. And the Black Panther Party also publishing numerous statements, support letters, Palestinian resistance poetry, and so much more. And this is not limited to what I'm saying here is not the limit of which this support was expressed for Palestine, but this is just some of, what we saw coming out of, the Black Power movement of the 1960s. Next slide. And we have Huey P. Newton. The Black Panther Party, again, were clear opponents to the white nationalist settler colonial state of Israel. And the chairman of the Black Panther Party, Huey P. Newton, stated, Israel was created by Western imperialism and is maintained by Western firepower. And Muhammad Ali, the famous boxer in 1974 at a visit to a refugee camp in South Lebanon, Ali cemented his solidarity. I declare support for the Palestinian liberation struggle. Next slide. So again, the African People's Socialist Party, the history of the struggle of African liberation is concentrated inside our party, where the US government, the colonial powers, assaulted the Black Revolution of the 1960s, the African People's Socialist Party and Chairman Omali Yeshitela were determined to complete that revolution. And the chairman mentions that, you know, people don't talk about the period of the 1970s, but this was when the party was at work and it was up against so much in terms of the defeat of the Black Power movement of the 1960s. It went against, I mean, it swam against the current to be able to forge this incredible party and this movement that we have today, and to keep this tradition of unity with colonized people and, you know, the struggles of oppressed peoples all around the world. And so the party maintains that history. Throughout the party's history, documented in the pages of our Burning Spear newspaper, you can find this in our archives, is our undaunting support for the Palestinian liberation struggle. We've maintained the history of this unity through our practice. So again, not just in things that we say, but in what we do, advocating and calling for a free Palestine, holding demonstrations, teach-ins, calling for an end to the Israeli settler colonial state, recognizing that Africans and Palestinians share the same enemy and the same fate. And this was published just in I believe our November issue of the Burning Spear newspaper of 2023. The African People's Socialist Party stands in unity with the righteous struggle for national liberation of the Palestinian and Arab people and the destruction of the Israeli colonial settler state, as well as all neo-colonial petty bourgeois Arab regimes that do the bidding of the US and Europe. Next slide. And again, this is in the fabric of our practice as the African People's Socialist Party. We have a 14-point platform which informs who we are, what we do, what we want, and what we believe. This informs the practice of our party, of our work. And that is to build internationalist solidarity. We are African internationalists. And that point reads, we want the right to international political and economic association with Africans and all other peoples anywhere on the face of the earth. We believe that all Black people are African people and are a part of a single national entity. We believe that the genuine freedom of African people everywhere is irreversibly linked to the creation of an independent, united, and socialist Africa. We believe the struggle of African people within the US represents the US front of the worldwide movement of African people for African liberation, political independence, and socialist democracy. We believe that the worldwide struggle for African liberation is in unity with the struggles being waged by the majority of the peoples of the world to end the oppression of nations by nations and to create a new world within which the toiling masses will end the system of workers and bosses and slaves and masters, and will own and benefit from the means and products of our labor, and will have political authority over our own lives. We believe that the natural objective friends of our struggle for the African liberation, independence, and socialist democracy are the toiling masses of the world, the people of the Middle East, I covered this up by accident, and Latin American peasants and workers, the democratic forces throughout Eastern and Western Europe and the US, and the truly socialist states of the world, and that we must therefore have the absolute right to free political and economic international association. So there's the basis of our unity with Palestinians and all oppressed and colonized peoples throughout the world. And this also explains why Chairman Omali Yeshitela has gone around the world to win those friends, to win those allies and supporters, to build international solidarity. This is what we believe. This is the agency of African people to be free, going throughout the world and, you know, and winning people to the struggle of African liberation. So it's in our practice. Next slide. So again, and these are just photos of solidarity with oppressed peoples. And this is just some of the photos, the chairman's travels. You know, here the chairman is, you know, speaking at a Hands Off El Salvador event. We have right here a demonstration in support of Palestine. This is well before October 7, 2023. And right here, the chairman is standing with Iranian comrades, you know, uniting with the struggle in Iran. And again, this is just like literally a couple snapshots of, you know, the demonstration of our unity with the struggle of colonized and oppressed peoples around the world. Next slide. And we didn't need, you know, some new event to happen to do this. Again, it's been in our practice. And as a member organization, and Chairman Omali Yeshitela is also one of the co-founders and chair of the Black is Back Coalition. And the Black is Back Coalition has been extremely critical in pulling together the forces of the African liberation movement and putting us back on a common trajectory, because we talk about the assault on the Black Revolution, the destruction of our movement, and how, you know, this had us just dispersed and, you know, organizing in these pockets and, you know, totally disconnected. But the Black is Back coalition pulls all these forces, similar forces together, and puts us on a common trajectory. And the Black is Back has a set of demands. And the first three demands are as follows. We demand the immediate unconditional withdrawal of all U.S. troops from the Middle East, and especially from Iraq and Afghanistan, and the cessation of U.S. military aggression against the people of Pakistan. Number two, we demand an immediate end to U.S. support for the illegitimate white settler colonial government of Israel. And number three, we demand recognition of all rights of the Palestinian people, including the right to an independent, sovereign Palestinian state and the right to return for all Palestinian refugees. And it needs to be mentioned that the Black is Back coalition was formed when, you know, the neo-colonial puppet Barack Hussein Obama was being thrust before the people. So this is back in 2008, 2009, that, you know, the Black is Back is formed, pulling all of this together, and, you know, through this process, establish this list of demands. So again, more clear evidence of our, you know, our unity, this historic unity being carried out in present day with Palestinian liberation. Next slide, and I got to go quickly. These are just a couple of photos. This is actually a demonstration that happened in front of the Holocaust Museum inside of St. Petersburg, Florida. And the chairman makes the note, there is no Holocaust Museum for the atrocities that have been committed against African people. There's a Holocaust Museum in St. Petersburg, Florida, where the Holocaust did not happen. But there is no recognition or no, you know, they destroy the evidence of the assault made on African people on indigenous land. There's no Holocaust Museum for indigenous people and the land that's been stolen. But there is one in St. Petersburg, Florida. And we had a demonstration right outside the Holocaust Museum, you know, calling for an end to the Israeli murder of Palestinian people back then. And I chose these pictures specifically because it demonstrates the Uhuru 3 at work, well before, you know, this bogus and quote unquote investigation began. Next slide. And this is just a couple of photos that show Palestinian unity with the struggle for African liberations, Palestinians for Black power, from Ferguson to Gaza, Intifada, Intifada, and of course, this famous mural of George Floyd, you know, which sparked all of these uprisings and just recognition that these struggles are interconnected. Next slide. And so on the question of solidarity, we quote Che Guevara often, who, as we know, was a prominent leader inside the Cuban Revolution. And the quote is, solidarity is not a matter of well-wishing, but sharing the same fate in victory or in death. And that is, again, you know, how we recognize and understand our unity with the Palestinian people, that it's not a matter of well-wishing. It's not a matter of, you know, just hoping, you know, that Palestine will be free, but it's actually engaged in struggle to overturn the colonial mode of production and to free the world up from this vicious colonial parasitic system so that the world can know genuine peace, genuine prosperity, where no one is living at the expense of anybody else. That is our mission that we picked up after the defeat of the Black Revolution. And we will not, you know, we will not concede. We will win. We are winning. Hands off Uhuru, hands off Africa, and free, free Palestine. Uhuru, comrades, thank you.
Uhuru. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Uhuru. Thank you so much, Director Akile, for that really powerful statement. And next, Jesse Nevel is going to be reading a statement directly from Palestine, from Nancy Mansour, Walla, and other other Palestinians that are participating in the revolution.
Uhuru. Thank you, Ruby. Uhuru, just want to give another round of applause for Director Akile and I for that powerful presentation. And later on, I'm going to be talking about Jews against colonialism. So I just want to appreciate and recognize Comrade Ruby Gittleson here, as well as Janice Kant in the back, who were the Jews against colonialism 30, 40 years before we had a working group of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement called Jews Against Colonialism. So Uhuru. So I'm going to quickly read a statement. We were planning to have with us here in St. Louis Nancy Mansour, who's a Palestinian freedom fighter and the executive director of Eyewitness Palestine and one of the co-founders of Existence is Resistance. She wasn't able to be with us, but she did connect us with a Palestinian woman and activist named Walla Hussein, who is part of a group of Palestinian women excuse me, in Gaza, who sent us this statement they asked us to read as part of this panel discussion today. So the statement reads as such. 5 months into the ongoing genocidal assault on the Gaza Strip and 76 years of settler colonialism and ethnic cleansing in Palestine, the massacres carried out in Gaza by the Zionist killing machine have not stopped, sparing no effort in cutting off all lifelines from Palestinians in Gaza who have been under siege by Israel and its allies for 17 years. Forsaken in facing the horrors of colonial extermination and dispossession, Palestinians in Gaza are now also undergoing the systematic targeting of all forms of life. Palestinian lives, hospitals, schools, and the already dilapidated infrastructure of the Gaza Strip have come under Zionist barbaric attacks as the entire world watches live broadcasts of bombs weighing thousands of tons, funded by taxpayers' money, dropping on our people in Gaza. On the 8th of March, International Women's Day, which was yesterday, we affirm that the Zionist killing machine discerns no difference between man and woman, adult and child. It is predicated on erasure and is threatened by the mere existence of Palestinians, especially those in Gaza whose bodies are sites of resistance against decades of settler colonial violence. We stand here today for the women and men of Gaza, for the children and youth of Gaza, for our grandmothers and grandfathers, the custodians of our history and memory, for all those who have made Gaza a popular cradle for its valiant resistance. We stand for the bricks, the sea, the streets, the trees. We stand for memories of the past, as well as hopes for the future that make Gaza our home. Almost every day now, we see Palestinian women giving birth in unsafe conditions, mothers killed with unborn babies in their wombs, children who have lost their entire families, men searching for loved ones under the rubble with their bare hands, and doctors forced to amputate limbs of their own children on a table in a house surrounded by tanks and snipers, lacking any medical equipment. Hundreds of thousands of our people in the northern part of the Gaza Strip are besieged, facing a systematic starvation policy as a tool of the genocidal war waged by the Zionist entity, aiming to break the resilience of an oppressed and proud people. As for those of our elders who survived the Nakba of 1948, they once again find themselves under a brutal campaign of slaughter and forced displacement. We, the women of Gaza, refuse to have feminist ideals weaponized in service of colonial agendas and for the justification of a genocidal assault. We categorically reject the exploitative rhetoric of imperial feminism that uses societal violence Palestinian women are subjected to in order to whitewash Israeli violations and brutalization of the bodies of Palestinian women and men. We reject the weaponization of the suffering of Palestinian women within the patriarchal structures of their society to further vilify and dehumanize Palestinian men. Since the onset of the genocide, we have seen many mainstream media outlets and self-proclaimed feminist groups rush to adopt Zionist propaganda to demonize Palestinian resistance and legitimize our extermination. Meanwhile, as Zionist soldiers violate the most intimate spaces of Palestinian women and objectify our beings in gruesome ways, these same feminist groups remain silent and complicit. In a flagrant display of colonial misogyny, Israeli soldiers have been flaunting clips of themselves rummaging through and parading lingerie of forcibly displaced Palestinian women. As an integral part of the colonial apparatus, its structure, function, and practice, sexual violence against Palestinian women is conveniently overlooked. Testimonies of rape, sexual assault, and brutal torture that Palestinian women kidnapped from the Gaza Strip have endured under Israeli detention have not elicited recognition or solidarity from liberal feminist institutions. Palestinian women have experienced sexual harassment, threats of rape, of their family members, had dogs unleashed on them, stripped naked, deprived of food and access to restrooms for days. We demand immediate action to fight all of the oppressive structures that enable these brutal crimes. No genocide is feminist, even as Israeli female soldiers taking selfies on the rubble of our destroyed homes try to tell you otherwise. We are not all in the same trench. Those who have chose to manufacture consent for genocide, whether directly making bombs or passing policies for the bombs to fall, do not belong to our struggle. Their feminism can only be seen as an extension of the ruling class, driven solely by their shared interests. Today, we also affirm our rejection of the dehumanization of Palestinian men and the perpetuation of racist and colonial tropes about the colonized. We have seen the Orientalist depictions of inherently violent brown men and helplessly passive brown women used as a pretext for the invasion and conquest, as seen in Afghanistan and Iraq. Feminist and anti-colonial struggles in Palestine are intertwined, the statement says. We reject the hijacking of our movement to serve Zionist propaganda. We refuse to reduce the massacred Palestinians to mere numbers recounted in a cursory manner that detracts from our humanity. Even the staggering statistics we see on the news are inaccurate in light of the testimonies from people on the ground, as well as Palestinian journalists and medical officials regarding thousands of missing individuals, those who were hastily buried, others who remain under the rubble undocumented. The squares, sidewalks, schools, and hospitals of Gaza have become mass graves. If we were to narrate the daily suffering of the Palestinian people in this genocide, we would need endless speeches and an eternity of pain. Compiling an archive of our people's losses will not suffice. The cries of Hind's mother are but a drop in the ocean of Palestinian mothers' cries. The last farewell of Rima's grandfather to his soul of the soul, merely a glimpse of thousands of other farewells made in hospital corridors, wrecked homes, and silent prayers. It pains us that those under extermination are compelled to point their bodies towards point their cameras towards the bodies of their loved ones in moments of farewell and sorrow. Moments that are meant to be sacred have been desecrated for you. Palestinians document them to prove that all of this is indeed happening. Those who have lost their loved ones have been deprived of the right to mourn and to honor their bodies with proper burial. The privacy of farewell has been violated. The least those in solidarity can do is to not turn those images into commodities of performative sorrow, but mobilize our anger and grief into Palestinian action. We reject the romanticization of Palestinians suffering under genocide, as they are left with no choice but to try to survive. The entire world has seen Palestinian women doctors risking their lives to save the wounded, women gathering firewood to cook for their families amidst Israel's continued blockade of cooking gas, displaced women baking bread in makeshift tents, and our mothers in North Gaza making bread from animal feed amidst the scarcity of aid and the farcical stunts of aid drops. You have seen mothers making diapers under a severe shortage of supplies, Palestinian women volunteering to give lessons of displaced children following the Zionist systematic targeting of schools and education in Gaza. This should not invoke admiration, but rather shame of everyone's failure to end this suffering, the shame of complicity in the genocide of the Palestinian people, the shame of forcing Palestinian women to endure this torment to survive. In our struggle for Palestinian liberation and our right to self-determination, we are fully aware our destinies are interwoven with our oppressed siblings over the globe, from Sudan and Congo, Haiti and Tigray, Kashmir and Western Sahara, to Syria, Yemen, Afghanistan, and Iraq. This is in opposition to the capitalist, imperialist, colonial regimes and their brutality and their attempts to normalize and fund Zionist savagery to make a lesson out of Gaza for all the wretched of the earth who choose the path of resistance. We must recognize today that colonial powers will claim more lives, both outside and inside Palestine, unless we act immediately and by all available means to stop the genocide, lift the siege, and dismantle the colonial project in the region. So the statement concludes with a call to mobilize revolutionary forces and escalate work for the following points: an immediate and unconditional ceasefire, lifting the siege on the Gaza Strip and opening the Rafah border permanently and unconditionally as the only passage for the movement of people, end businesses that make a profit off Palestinian suffering. This includes holding to account those who have been making Palestinians who want to leave Gaza pay absurd amounts to a private company affiliated with the Egyptian regime, which has been collaborating with Israel in its blockade of the Gaza Strip for 17 years. The immediate return of all those who were forcibly displaced all over Gaza Strip to their homes. The immediate release of all detainees who were abducted by the Zionist forces from the Gaza Strip. Ending arms sales to the Zionist entity. Boycott Israeli products. Divest from firms that are partnered with the occupation. Hold all those complicit in the genocidal war accountable, including politicians, media platforms, and international organizations. Reject the imposition of political discussions while Palestinians continue to be slaughtered in their hundreds every day. Engaging in debates under the fire of genocidal assault on the Gaza Strip will only prolong the suffering of its people. Ceasefire now. Glory to the resistance. Long live our international struggle. Down with the colonial and tyrannical regimes. Down with the prisons. Down with the borders. Down with capitalism. Down with imperialism. No one is free until we are all free. No future without Gaza. Uhuru. So we want to thank again the organization Gaza Group, a group of Palestinian women in the Gaza Strip that was sent to us. And again, thank you to Nancy Mansour and Wallah Hussein. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you for reading that, Jesse. And we need to post that on every single website, you know, that Uhuru Solidarity Movement has access to. And next we have Mona Albayumi, who is a painter and mixed media artist, as well as a longtime friend of Hands Off Uhuru.
Hello, everyone. Uhuru. Thank you for including me in this conference. I haven't heard all of it, and I'm sorry to have missed it because the conversation is very encouraging. Akili mentioned so many things that I might repeat, but I'll try not to. Okay. When we talk about solidarity, we also have to remember historical knowledge. And this historical knowledge lets us know where the solidarity is coming from. Some people think that the struggle for Palestine was the struggle for Palestine and the solidarity between Africans in this country and Palestinians started during the Ferguson protests. And that is not true. In 1960 in Harlem, both Gamal Abdel Nasser, the leader of Egypt then, at a much better time, and the leader of Ghana, Nkrumah, visited Harlem. This was in 1916. Malcolm X was there also, and they all had like stands. Nkrumah even said there's a solid bond between Africans and Afro-Americans. Nkrumah and Nasser knew all too well about global imperialism. Malcolm X went to Ghana and even wanted to start an Afro-American unity organization. Nasser had invited Malcolm X, and while Malcolm X was there, he wrote an article in which he wrote, quote, "European imperialism wisely placed Israel where she could geographically divide the Arab world." So already it was very clear what the state of Israel was in the region. Political movement, Pan-Africanism, which united different African countries together, also played a role on influencing Africans here in this country. And they started to question colonialism and even started questioning what was happening in Palestine. Oh, sorry, I don't have PowerPoints like these fancy kids. Okay, so, oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Anyhow, let me just talk. So the Pan-African movement was very important. They were fighting the colonists, and they wanted African countries to unite to become one power. Unfortunately, they were divided. But when we talk about the Palestinian African solidarity, we still have to look at how the Black Power movement started internationally and how this is important when we view their relationship with Palestine. There were groups like the Black Power movement leaders who wrote an article in the New York Times where they condemned Israel and its racist ways. And they were very much criticized for this by more mainstream civil rights leaders who wanted to stay engaged with white liberals who included many mainstream Jews that supported Israel. So the Palestinian question was always integrated in the Black Power movement. Muhammad Ali went to a refugee camp in 1974 in Lebanon. There he said, quote, "US is a stronghold of Zionism and imperialism." And he also called for a Palestinian state. The Nation of Islam called Israel the new colonialism. And Amiri Baraka, who was part of the Black Arts movement, where there were progressive Black artists united, in 1965 they got started, said that Zionism is a form of racism. When anybody said Zionism is a form of racism or condemned the state of Israel, they always had to be on the defensive. For example, Baldwin, the writer Baldwin, James Baldwin, in the 60s went to Gaza, and he was labeled as an anti-Semite. And he told an interviewer that it's not. I'm not anti-Semite. I'm not an anti-Semite, but I'm very anti-Zionism. And this is what we still have to stress when we're talking about Israel. Stokely Carmichael, Nkrumah Ture from the Black Power movement saw the fight of Palestine was a fight against Western imperialism. When Malcolm X visited Egypt, he wrote in an Egyptian paper that, quote, "European imperialism wisely placed Israel where she could geographically divide the Arab world." So there was this unity and similarities between the struggles of Africans and Blacks in this country. Of course, this country was started like the state of Israel, so this country supported Israel very much, and they saw this as a European colonialism started with Western imperialism, going to Africa, colonizing countries, bringing Africans to enslave them in this country and continue their wrath around the world. Amiri Baraka from the Black Arts Movement said that Zionism is a form of racism. Okay, so anyhow, the Black movement continued to show solidarity for the Palestinians, and it was seen from more of an imperialist vantage point as opposed to just getting a state like it later became. Black leaders like Jesse Jackson called for a state, a free state of Palestine, while others who understand what Western colonialism is doing call for a one democratic secular state. And the money that goes to the state of Israel could be used here for many different things, including reparations for African Americans, better education, better schools, better job opportunities, better health care. And Black Americans and Palestinians also have many similarities from their oppressors. They are put in prisons, even children, both here and there. They are sexualized and tell women not to have so many children. They try to control their movement. And here in DC, now we're not allowed to gather around and put anything on our face, thanks to Marion Bowser. And so the solidarity is very rich. So now we have a new new pro-Palestinian uprising from the people here in the United States, mainly young people, I was going to say children, young people who see the connections between anti-imperialism and the occupation of Palestine and how it is connected to other countries, what's happening in other countries like Sudan and Angola. Angola and the Congo. We hope that this alliance or this protest against occupation of the whole of Palestine will continue, and that this is not just a phase or a fad. There are many young Jewish Americans now who have really made their parents very upset when they become anti-Zionist as they learn more. And the computer and the cell phone has really taught people around the world what is really happening. So it's harder for the imperialist powers to tell their lies. So what are the larger goals? In recent years, another Black artist emergence that is popularly known has reemerged. And again, like I said, they're making connections between Palestine and imperialism. But now we must fight for, like we did before, when the Blacks in America knew that the fight for Palestinian freedom wasn't just about having a state, but it was a fight to get Western imperialism out of the area, because Israel was their satellite country, so they can do their dirty work. Some people naively think that America has nothing to do with what's going on in Palestine, but again, they pay billions of dollars that could be used here on military aid to the state of Israel. So, to conclude, Pan-Africanism and African and Blacks solidarity is an important thing, and it led to solidarity between Blacks and Palestinians because they looked at the struggle more from an international perspective. And the new Blacks in this country have, from the start, been anti-Zionist, and they continue to be. The young people now are starting a new chapter in this struggle, and again, we hope that they will continue, and these solidarities that are linked will grow and make active change in the world. So, so let's fight for a free, one Palestinian secular democratic state for Christians, Jews, Muslims, and atheists, like it was before the colonization of it. Let's ask for reparations instead of military aid to Israel. And the armed struggle in Gaza and the resistance comprises a lot of different groups. People sometimes think that, people are thinking that it's Hamas, but there are many groups in the resistance. And the young people also understand what is really happening in Gaza because, again, of technology. Thank you for having me. I'm not the best public speaker. I'm an artist, but I hope I taught you maybe one thing, but I know this group is well seasoned. And by the way, I'm kind of new to Uhuru, but my mother met many Uhuru members in Oakland, California during the Gulf War demonstrations. So, Uhuru, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mona. We really, really appreciate that statement. And then finally, we're bringing up Jesse Nevel, who is going to be presenting on behalf of Jews Against Colonialism.
Uhuru. Just really want to thank Comrade Mona for presenting at our convention today, and just appreciate just the incredible stand and support for Hands Off Uhuru that Mona has shown for quite a while as a just really important friend and supporter of the Hands Off Uhuru campaign. I'm just really glad and honored to have you as part of our convention, and also want to appreciate Director Akile once again, and the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party. And we are over time, so I'm going to give a very abbreviated version of this presentation, but this is to talk about why the Uhuru Solidarity Movement has formed a working group called Jews Against Colonialism. And Jews Against Colonialism is a committee of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement for Jews to work under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party in a stand of anti-colonial solidarity under the leadership of the African Revolution that puts us in the deepest stand of solidarity and unity with the Palestinian people and with all oppressed peoples around the world. And I'm going to talk about exactly why that is. So first of all, I want to again salute the leadership of the chairman on this question. The chairman has been making the call to us in the Jewish community to take the right stand on the question of Palestine for decades. You can go back into the archives of the Burning Spear newspaper and find statements and presentations that the chairman gave, where he called upon Jews to recognize our true interest in standing with Palestinian, with African, and with the oppressed and colonized peoples of the world. And 10 years ago, in July of 2014, Israel, the state of Israel, the US-backed, illegitimate, white nationalist, colonial settler state of Israel was, as they are today, bombing the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip. In that one summer, they killed upwards of 4,000 Palestinian people in less than a month, most of them children. And during that time, as you saw in Director Akile's presentation, the chairman called for a demonstration in solidarity with the Palestinian people in St. Petersburg, Florida. And he came into the Uhuru House one day. It was during a cadre intensive that the party was holding at that time. And he said that he wanted to have a demonstration in front of the Florida Holocaust Museum to demonstrate against the Holocaust that the state of Israel was perpetrating against the Palestinian people. And he named who he wanted to speak. And he asked me to speak as a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee and as a Jew, which is not something I had done publicly up to that point. So I want to appreciate the chairman for pushing this question, for pushing me, for pushing us to become Jews against colonialism and to speak to other Jews like ourselves about why we have to take this stand, why we have to join the movement in solidarity with the struggle to free Palestine. So here we are now, 10 years later, and the Uhuru Solidarity Movement has announced the creation of this working group. And this is important because for more than half a century, it is true that the majority of Jews in the United States, in Europe, of course, in Israel, have supported the state of Israel. And all of us in the Jews Against Colonialism Working Group grew up in environments that to one degree or another were Zionist, that we were raised to believe that to be Jewish is to support the state of Israel, that the two are synonymous, and that to say anything otherwise is to betray your own people and perhaps even to be a self-hating Jew, or as I once heard, a Jewish Nazi. So this is the kind of stuff that you grow up with, and it's not just Jews, it's everybody grows up with this understanding that Jewish, Israel are synonymous, and to say something, anything about Israel is to make some kind of affront to the Jewish people. So Jews Against Colonialism speaks for all Jews who reject that and who say no more genocide in our name, that it is not enough simply to call for a ceasefire or to criticize Israeli policy. But as Chairman Omali Yeshitela has said, Israel is an illegitimate white nationalist settler colonial state, a military outpost of colonial white power in the Arab world. And as Jews, we have a responsibility to unite unconditionally with the right of the Palestinian people to resist by any means necessary to free all of their land from the river to the sea, every last millimeter, including, as the chairman clarifies, that part of the land currently referred to as Israel belongs to the Palestinian people and was stolen at gunpoint. And in the United States, the most meaningful, impactful way we can practice our solidarity with the Palestinian resistance is to organize in solidarity with the Black Revolution, with the African Revolution, here inside the belly of the beast. Black power, which is the power of a free Palestine and always has been. The anti-colonial struggle, the struggle against the colonial mode of production that is the source of the oppression of everybody on the planet Earth, the Palestinians, the indigenous people, African people, and anybody else who is oppressed. Colonialism must go. So this is why it was necessary for us to form Jews Against Colonialism, because the colonial narrative says that, and Joe Biden says, that the state of Israel is necessary, that the savagery against the Palestinian people is necessary to protect the safety and security of Jews. This is the explanation we are given for why they are doing what they are doing in Gaza today. We are told that Israel, the nuclear-armed state of Israel, is necessary in order to prevent, they tell us, a second Holocaust from happening against the Jewish people. An extremely perverse and bizarre explanation for the state of Israel, considering the fact that, as Chairman Omali Yeshitela has famously stated on numerous occasions, the Palestinians had nothing to do with the Nazi Holocaust. Adolf Hitler was not a Palestinian. And if it was the Nazi Holocaust that created the pretext for the capture of land and the creation of a Jewish state, the chairman asked a very logical question. Why didn't we take Berlin? Why didn't we take Frankfurt? If Hitler's crimes were the justification for the theft of Palestine, here's another time travel phenomenon. How did Theodor Herzl come up with the idea of a Jewish colonial settler state in the late 1800s when Hitler was still in diapers? If it was really about the mystical yearning of the chosen people to reunite with our God-given homeland, why did Herzl suggest putting the Jewish state in Uganda? Because the truth is that Israel was never really about protecting Jews or fulfilling a biblical reunion of Jewish pilgrims with their coveted homeland. It was always about protecting the interests of white power and imperialism. And Zionism was created by a sector of European petty bourgeois colonialist Jews to advance the interests of European Jews within the colonial mode of production that the chairman talks about, built on the backs of African people. So to justify its atrocities against the Palestinians, Zionist ideology, which is colonial ideology, created a mythology of Jewish victimhood with the Nazi Holocaust as its primary ideological tool, used by the US and European ruling class to silence, stifle, bludgeon, censor, destroy any African, Palestinian, or oppressed person who rises up against their oppression. In London, 2 African women and 1 Palestinian woman were charged and convicted under a terrorism law for wearing pictures of paragliders on their backs at a demonstration in support of the Palestinian resistance. And you can't even say anything other than what Europeans did to other Europeans, called Jews, in the Nazi Holocaust is a genocide without being chastised for being an anti-Semite, for comparing anything. There are actually laws in Florida public schools that you can't compare anything to the Nazi Holocaust. It is elevated to the level of the ultimate crime ever committed, as the chairman says, by human beings against other human beings, in order to obscure the reality of colonialism, the fact that the first concentration camp built by Germany was not in Auschwitz. It was in Namibia in the early 1900s, when the government of Germany, with the full support of Germans, including German Jews, carried out a Holocaust against African people in Namibia, exterminated nearly the entire population of the Herero and Nama people of Namibia. And today in Germany, you can go to jail for saying from the river to the sea. But there are streets named for the German colonial officers that carried out the genocide in Namibia. The chairman was banned from speaking at San Diego State University because they said he was an anti-Semite and a Holocaust denier. Here is the quote they used as evidence of the chairman's anti-Semitism in order to prevent his message from being heard by students, including Jewish students at San Diego State University. Here are the chairman's words. However many Jews were killed in Germany, white people killed them. They were not killed by Iranians. They were killed by white people in Europe. I truly believe that Jewish people have a responsibility to denounce the illegitimate state of Israel, to express solidarity with the just struggles of the Palestinians and other oppressed peoples. What killed the Jews was capitalism and other white people in Germany. So don't put this thing about Jews on Palestinians and Iranians and Black people, because what you have here is a mess about white people. So that's what the chairman said. They called him an anti-Semite. And if that makes you an anti-Semite to believe that Jewish people have a responsibility to stand in solidarity with the struggle of the Palestinian people, then you know what? I'm an anti-Semite. I'll take it. That is why the Uhuru Solidarity Movement has formed Jews Against Colonialism, to organize the thousands of Jews who can hear the chairman's call, who don't want to be collaborators with a colonial genocidal system that slaughters human beings in our name. Under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, Jews can find a principled relationship with the struggles of the oppressed peoples of the world to overturn the system that at one point also led to the murder of millions of Jews. Here's what Jews Against Colonialism believes. One, we are for a free, independent Palestine, for the total, complete end to colonialism in all forms, for the dismantling of the illegitimate Israeli colonial settler state, for the total emancipation of Palestine, one free Palestine, not a two-state solution where the enslaved are expected to live beside their enslaver. Two, we must denounce and isolate the colonial bourgeoisie who abuse and distort the memory of Jews killed in European concentration camps to justify 1,000 Holocausts against the Palestinians and to sanction Israel's heinous violence and torture of the Palestinian people, and to silence and mute any criticism of colonialism and its horrors against African, indigenous, and oppressed peoples. We will not condemn the Palestinian resistance with meaningless statements like, well, I condemn violence on all sides. We either unite with their right to resist or we don't. The oppressor does not get to say, I support your right to resist, but not that way. Most importantly, we will recognize, as Chairman Omali Yeshitela has said, we cannot walk across the land of the Palestine here. The indigenous land that we stole and occupied, the genocide against the indigenous people, the colonized African people here, to speak out against what the same system is doing in other parts of the world. When the Palestinians sent messages to Africans rising up in Ferguson, it was because of the recognition that Ferguson is Gaza. Palestinians are colonized, Africans are colonized. America is the world's largest open air prison, a prison of nations where African, Mexican, and indigenous people are held in a state of colonial captivity. So for Jews in this country to truly unite with the anti-colonial resistance of the Palestinian people, no flight to Tel Aviv is necessary. We have a job to do right here in the belly of the beast. The call to Jews is not a call for tears of sympathy. It is a call to action to do our part in the anti-colonial struggle. Organize in solidarity with the African Revolution inside this country that puts us in unity with all of the colonized peoples of the world fighting the same enemy. We can have a future, but not at their expense. We can have a future, but only in solidarity with the rest of humanity. Join the Uhuru Solidarity Movement's working group, Jews Against Colonialism. No more genocide. Uhuru.
Uhuru, let's have another round of applause for that powerful panel discussion. All right, comrades, we are coming to the close of the powerful first day of the National Convention of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. And at this point, I would like to see if there are any closing remarks from Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Oh, from Chairwoman Penny first. Yes, and from Chairwoman Penny. Yes.
Yes.
This day.
Uhuru. Uhuru. I want to salute that powerful presentation from Comrade Jesse, Wow, and this powerful day. This is history. I really salute all the comrades who have joined us today and all of you who are still here right now. We are winning, and it is life-changing to begin to look at the world as it truly is, and to begin to internalize what is this platform that we sit on? What is this pedestal? What does it mean in terms of the slaughter, the murder, all of the crimes that it's taken for us to live a life of peace and shade trees and houses and all the things that we take for granted, comes at the expense of African people, indigenous people, and the people on the planet Earth. But what is exciting about this day and about the Uhuru Solidarity Movement is the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the African People's Socialist Party, who gives us a way to make our self-criticism, to pay reparations, and to join humanity, not as the colonizers trying to control it, but under the leadership of the anti-colonial project, which is the future of this planet. So I just salute Uhuru Solidarity Movement. Chairman Omali Yeshitela, it is an honor to be here today and to be among dear comrades that are here to say we will be in the trenches, we will do what we have to do, we will win other white people to get on the forward side of history and be a part of the future for all human beings, no one at the expense of anyone else. Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades, I just want to express appreciation to everybody who's here, and to acknowledge the fact that some of the people here have played just remarkably significant roles in terms of defense of the Uhuru 3 and the anti-colonial free speech movement that we have worked to build, and that is incredible. And I cannot say enough about the significance of this convention and this movement that we have created. And it's a movement that's many years in the making, many years in the making, many struggles, assassinations, murders, brutalities that we've experienced as a movement, and I won't be lamenting, the kinds of experiences that I've had in this process. I speak of this just because for a lot of people, this is simply something that you might see some evidence in some kind of book or something else that doesn't really expose the trauma, the brutality, the murder, people experiencing right there in Palestine. But Palestine has been here for a very long time. And not only has it been here for a long time, the fact is that people are still struggling with the consequences of colonialism right here. I mean, in so many different ways, in public view, in plain sight. I mean, white people live in St. Louis and see the conditions or know of the conditions in this community. They know about the police murders. They know about all the things that's happening here. There's no movement as such that comes independently, one that is in solidarity with the resistance, the struggle of the people. And unfortunately, we live in a world where white people who experience colonialism as the rest of us are threatened too often by the struggle of the colonized. The people, the Jewish people in Palestine, who may be good at heart, who may have wonderful feelings about their families and everything else, are threatened by the struggle of the Palestinian people. But we remember when Palestinians were Jews, were Muslims, were atheists, Christians, as has been said before, Palestine can exist. The question is whether it will exist as a settler colonial state that oppresses and kills and murders and dehumanizes the Palestinian people who are there, the Arab people who That's the question that we're confronted with. So this is a new situation. Black people die all the time. It's so ordinary, so common. It doesn't even make the news anyway in a meaningful way. You got a prison population, the largest in the world, right here in this country. And there's a reason it's the largest in the world because of Black people, because of Mexican people, because of indigenous people locked up in these prisons. That's no secret. And as Comrade Jesse Todd mentioned earlier, you know, it's in fact, it's one of the economic development programs for white people to set up some prisons so that Black people can go there and you can create all kinds of industry and commerce that feeds and give jobs to white people. That's the reality we live with. And that's the parasitic connection that we're talking about. That's the dialectic that we're talking about. That's the thing that has to be destroyed. And so when we say that death to Israel, you can get upset if you want to. We're not saying death to Jews. We're saying death to an illegitimate white nationalist state that has been placed on top of the people and their rights, their freedom of Palestinian people right there. And that's why we are able to say from sea to shining sea. This is the same thing, that the indigenous people must be free. What the hell is wrong with that? How can anybody be opposed to Uhuru? And Uhuru has struck fear and trepidation in the hearts of colonizers since the 1950s when the Mau Mau first articulated Uhuru. So I think that's important for us to recognize. And I'm hoping that a couple of things, that one, that people who are here can also give support to the Black is Black Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. We are conducting right here in this same room, which was put here in the condition that it is here by Comrade Deputy Chair Onazane Yeshitela. Before that, it was a hole in the ground, dear Henry, and there was no wall here. It was just an incredible thing, and this is the part of the anti-colonial struggle that we've been making. But the Black is Back Coalition, because this election thing is a really important thing. It's questionable of whether or not there's even going to be an election. I mean, that's something that you can have to wonder about, talking about the assault on freedoms. I mean, even people like Donald John Trump, he's faced, what, 91 indictments? Is anybody doubt that that's part of Biden's campaign to knock him out of the box so that he can be reelected? I mean, this is an incredible moment in history that we're looking at right now. So all kinds of freedoms, and they had to come through us to get there. So this election is really important. And there's all kinds of stuff happening that most people aren't even aware of. It's almost subterranean, except it's not. It's just Zuckerberg doesn't give you information about it. New York Times doesn't talk about it. But there's movements that's all out there. There's people at work right now to undermine the possibilities of to try to predetermine what this quote unquote election is going to look like. So that's going to be April, what is it, 13th and 14th? 13th and 14th, right here. And I'm hoping that you will come out for this. I think that another thing, people should be gearing up. Let's gear up to get to Tampa, Florida for September 3rd. Let's start planning now. Let's start saving money and necessary. Let's start getting the buses and what have you, and winning our friends and cousins, and even bring your cat too, if necessary, to Tampa, Florida for this thing. And the actual mobilization, what we do now, somebody once said, and Sundiata Kohli, who is an incredible freedom fighter, prisoner of war for a long period of time, for more than 50 years, just became free, member of the Black Panther Party, member of the Black Liberation Army, member of the Panther 21, who was imprisoned after saving the life of Assata Shakur, who had been gunned down on the New Jersey Turnpike in 1972, 73, I've forgotten the exact year. But, you know, he makes this point, he quotes somebody, he says, how does he put, the more sweat in peace, the less blood in war. And that's what we're saying now. Let's start gearing up, sweating like rainfall, like to get to St. Petersburg on September 3rd. Let the oppressor see the masses of the people of the world intending to descend right there on Tampa, Florida, to greet them with this trial. And let's see who's really on trial. Let's show them who's really on trial. And I think we can do that. So I'm hoping you'll do that. And finally, what's really important, and I think it's something that's something that's been heard throughout this process, is absolutely necessary to deny the history of the oppressed, of the colonized, that we don't exist. They are doing that in Palestine. They're trying to do that in Palestine. The Palestinians just make this magnificent, dramatic demonstration that they do exist, right? And so there's the thing that's happening, that they would deny our existence. But we're here too. And one thing is really important is, even as I was listening to the comrade Palestinian, who is our dear friend and dear comrade, that people get confused about colonialism here because we're on the same landmass as the colonizer. And so you have a settler colony on the one hand, but within the settler colony, you have domestic colonialism. And so just because we're on the same land mass, and so you can talk about a Black American or an African American, which is the same thing as saying a Palestinian Israeli. That's a contradiction in terms. I'm not an American, and Malcolm X used to say, I'm not a Republican, I'm not a Democrat, I'm not an American, I got sense enough to know it. And so they would liquidate, like our history, like we didn't exist before. We did exist. We existed before there was anything called an America. We existed before there was anything called an America. And that's one of the contradictions that people have, because some people, history started with America. Didn't exist. What is an American? Some people's history is there. So to say that be anti-American, that's why it resonates in such a subjective way to most white people. To be an anti-American because I didn't exist. You didn't exist before America. You didn't exist before the genocide of the indigenous people. There was no such thing as that. Even the name is a name that has come from some European, etc., that we characterize as America. But we did exist, and what I'm hoping, and the objective is, we talk about committing national suicide. And because the whole European nation, you know what they characterize as the era of nation building, right? They talk about the 18th, the 17th century, 1800s being the era of nation building. What was the 1800s? What was that about? Colonialism. And this is when even the concept of Europe got consolidated. There was no such thing as European, no such thing as a white man. All of this is a colonial construct. But so we are engaged in deconstructing all of that stuff. And that white people have such an important role as colonizers to play in this. And that's a part of the whole thing about committing national suicide. Because the white nation was constructed at the expense of the freedom of all the other peoples around the world. And finally, what I would really call on you to do is, because they don't want this to become a part of a trial, or they want to be able to present African people as dumb brutes. We have no history. We didn't exist before white people had created us. We have no opinions of our own. That's why they can come up with the notion that the Russians told us to say this, because there's a general assumption in the white world that Black people are dumb brutes. And they wouldn't have the audacity. Can you imagine them saying that about the Russians created the Jews to say this? Can you imagine this? What the hell would happen? Can you imagine living in a country where there was noted this prison population was filled with Jews, where every other day you see Jews shot down in the streets by the cops here? You can't even imagine that. In fact, people are afraid to think that, because the police are coming and arrest and lock you up. Anti-Semitic thoughts. But what I am calling on is that please take advantage, go to handsoffuhuru.org and learn about this case. I want you to know all the legal aspects of it, but that's one aspect. The other thing is that we have a history of existence and struggle and resistance. Go and share that out. Look at the history of the African People's Socialist Party. Go to APSC See this history and how far back it goes. See how even from our beginning, we were opposed to genocide. We said that in our basic documents. Comrade Akile, I think, was reporting from the 14-point platform. That was written in 1970-something. That was condemning genocide, that spoke to the rights of the Palestinian and other people there. That's what we've always done. And so what this does is they want to lock us into a system, a situation, a courtroom. Well, the only thing we can talk about is whether the Russians told us to do this or not, without being able to present the evidence of our own agency for more than 60 years as a political organization. And of course, the history of Black people in the struggle that goes back further than that. So you have to do that. And you have to go look at the history. Look at my history. It's there. And you don't have to come using flashbang grenades and stuff like that to get it. You can Google it right now. Check it out. And that's what we're calling on you to do. And I just want to thank you very much, comrades, for becoming a part of this incredible manifestation of the African liberation movement that we call Uhuru Solidarity Movement. Thank you so much for being here. And we are winning. And there's no way they're going to be able to put this genie back in the bottle. They're not going to be able to put this genie back in the bottle. So thank you so much, comrades. Uhuru.
All right, another round of applause for the leader of the African nation, Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Uhuru. Relentless. No more genocide. From the river to the sea. From sea to shining sea. Drop the charges. Free Leonard Peltier. Uhuru, comrades. What an amazing first day of the National Convention of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. We're going to close it out now. Thank you to everyone who presented. Thank you to the African People's Socialist Party, to the African People's Solidarity Committee, to the Uhuru 3. And I want to remind everyone that it is daylight savings tomorrow or tonight. Sometime in the middle of the night when you're going to want to just keep sleeping, you have to move that clock forward. So I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but we are losing an hour of sleep tonight. And also I want to invite everyone to our group dinner at Meskerem. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Ethiopian restaurant, 3210 South Grand Boulevard, St. Louis, Missouri. So join us. Oh, and what time is that starting? What time are we going to meet? About 10 minutes ago, we'll be there. So just find the same time traveler, talk to John McCarthy about that, and you'll be there on time. See you there. Uhuru.